There will be now an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. The Secretary, order. The Secretary will read the order of the day.
Debate on the President's State of the Nation address.
Honorable members and guests, in the interest of safety for all present in the chamber, we request that you please keep your masks on and sit in your designated area. Thank you. Honorable members, I've received a copy of the President's address delivered at the joint sitting on the 10th of February 2022. The speech has been printed in the minutes of the joint sitting. Before I call on the first member, honorable members, please note that the President will join us on the virtual setting. Honorable members, I now call upon the leader of the opposition. So the leader of the chamber. I'm sorry. Order, honorable members. May I just remind you that this is a hybrid session, and in terms of the joint rules, it is acceptable. And the fact that the President will be on the virtual platform. Honorable members, I now call on the Speaker, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Malibongwe.
Mandibulele kakhulu kuwe somlomo wendlu National Assembly Speaker, Honorable Chair of the NCOP, His Excellency the President Tata Ramaphosa, His Excellency Deputy President Tata Mabuza, honorable members of this august house, abemi bonke belizwe lakowethu, ndiyabulisa ngale njikalanga. Ongasekhoyo uPresident uNelson Mandela, uMadiba, uNkosi uDalibhunga, ehleli kude kwelemimoya, usijongile namhlanje sikwiliholo lesixeko. Ezi zakhiwo zesixeko kulapho othula khona intetho yakhe yokuqala emva kokuba ekhululwe etolongweni iminyaka engama-32 njengommi okhululekileyo kumakhamandela abacinezeli norhulumente wegcuntswana bephethwe okwamakhoboka. Eli nani ke lingu-32 years akathetha ngalo apha linentsingiselo ephuhlileyo nebalulekileyo kwimeko esizifumana sikuzo. The number 32 symbolizes freedom and creative expressions, a number that embodies teamwork and optimism. It is within that spirit that we should execute our task. Somlomo, namhlanje sizifumana sicukene kwesisixeko sikweliholo ngenxa yesithwakumbe esithe sehla sokutsha kweParlamente. Ndiqinisekile into yoba uNkosi uDalibhunga uMadiba usijonge ngamehlo anodano nomphefumlo odandathekileyo kuba isakhiwo sabantu apho umgaqo siseko waze waphuhliswa waphehlelelwa khona sintunye kwesaluthuthu. Ukutshiswa kwezindlu zowiso mthetho zethu sisenyeliso nesithuko esingcolisa idemokrasi yeli lizwe. Somlomo, it was in that house that now lie in ruins that we passed progressive and numerous legislation to ensure that schooling is compulsory for all children as their birthright, especially children from the poor families. It was in that house that we passed legislation to guarantee all South Africans health services and a social protection to the poor. The Parliament, as a tribune of the people, is critical in attaining the developmental goals of our nation. Noxa kubuhlungu kuxhaxha, umsebenzi wona weParlamente awuzukuma, umsebenzi remains on track in the service of the people. Our gathering here today is an important reminder that our democratic institutions are not just defined by brick and mortar, but by the work they do and by the confidence the people have in institutions of democracy. Ewe ke kambe akulahlwa mbeleko ngakufelwa. Standing here today is proof that we will not be deterred by the burning of the Parliament building. Honorable Speaker, abo ke bayivuyelayo beyibhiyozela into yokutsha kweParlamente. Zizaphuselani ezingalinakanga elilizwe nekamva lethu. Thina singabemi sizakukhusela elilizwe lethu kofunze weni abalitsalela emva. Abanye benu baza kuquqa apha kweliqonga kwezinsuku zimbini. Besithi akukho nto yenziweyo. Ayizukusiphazamisa ke lonto. Ingazukusisusa kwindlela esikuyo yokwakha elilizwe. Utata uMandela ubethi lokho esithundeza esithi xa uqabela intaba wazi wafika encothoyini yazi into yoba ziseninzi intaba ozaziqabela phambi kwakho kufuneka ke uqabele. Somlomo le ntetho yesizwe yenziwe ngumongameli ngolwesine wale veki iphelileyo ibhentsisa ngokunyanisekileyo indima ehanjwe ngurhulumente we-ANC kunye nemingeni esidibene nayo. Abantu bazayiqonda into yoba asifihli makhuba kulinywa. Esi siyeleko sokutshiswa kweParlamente yethu sifika sisakhwankqiswe kukunywekwa kwezakhiwo ukubiwa kwempahla kwinyanga kaJulayi kulo nyaka uphelileyo kwiphondo laKwaZulu-Natal nelaseGauteng. Kwadodobaliswa konakaliswa iziseko, kwadodobaliswa uqoqosho, kwashiyeka izijwili, kwabhuqa inxele likakhetsekile. Siyayinyevulela ke le mikhuba mibi kangaka yobholela ecaleni. Honorable Speaker, the State of the Nation address for the ANC reflects an honest account on progress and challenges on what needs to be done. It was an action-oriented State of the Nation address which is time-bound on implementation. Despite the destruction of KZN and Gauteng, our government, working with the people of these communities, restored all social services timelessly. We thank all South Africans who displayed their patriotism through helping to restore dignity and normalcy. It is through our collective efforts as a nation that we will be able to defeat all attempts to undermine our democratic order. The commitment by the President to strengthen our security cluster and address its capacity deficiencies as well as capabilities is critical and must be commended. Somlomo, our biggest challenge as a country is to address the legacy of injustice of the past, where we remain unresolved in increasing unemployment, deepening poverty, and widening inequality. Siyayincoma indima esele ithathiwe ngurhulumente ekubuyiseleni uzinzo kunye nenkonzo kulamaphondo omabini. Lonto ke ibonisa ukuba urhulumente xa esebenza nabantu kungenziwa lukhulu. Owona mngeni sijongene nawe ngoku kukugqiba lo mzila wengcinezelo, ukulwa indlala egqibileyo kubantu bakowethu, ukungalingani kunye nokunqaba kwemisebenzi. Umongameli uhlabe umkhosi esithi masimanyane senze isifungo sendibano kazwelonke ukuze sibe sisizwe sinamandla. Ibalulekile ke lonto ukuba okufunwa ngabantu yimisebenzi ebonakalayo, okufunwa ngabantu yimisebenzi esisigxina. Oyena ndoqo kwesisivumelwano yinsebenziswano, kufuneka ke sivumelane ngayo kwenza inguqu kwezoqoqosho kweli lizwe lakowethu khona ukuze bonke abantu balo baxhamle kulo. Honorable Speaker, as the ANC, we are fully behind the bold economic moves by government announced last week. As part of this plan, we have undertaken several economic reforms in areas such as energy security, the efficiency of our ports, digital migration, access to broadband, and ease of doing business. recognizing that recognizing that it will take time for business to recover from the pandemic and begin to create jobs again, government implemented the presidential employment stimulus, which in the first phase created more than 850,000 employment and livelihood support opportunities. We therefore continue to support government's decision to implement public employment program in support of unemployed working age adults. This will be done in consultation with organized labor and other social partners as part of the social compact. Building on the achievements of 2021 SONA, this SONA has expressed itself on 50,000 young people that will be recruited for the National Youth Services and 10,000 unemployed TVET graduates that will be placed. Somlomo bekekileyo siyawamkela amanyathelo angqingqwa apapashiweyo okulwa nendlala esiwabonayo kuba ayakhawulelana nengxaki ezenziwe ngulobhubhane we-COVID-19 kunye nodushelwa ngoJulayi. Esisibonelelo se-350 siyambile indima ekubeni sincede kumakhaya abeweswele kakhulu apho kuye kwaqhamla 9.5 million yolutsha kunye namakhaya ayi-5 million apho bokukho inhlupheko kakhulu. The 350 social relief for distress is meant to assist unemployed between the age of 18 and 59 as they do not receive social protection income. It is important that those who are beneficiaries of this grant must use it to provide for the little that they can in their homes, for traveling, for food, for communication costs, as well as to update their CVs as they will be knocking on various areas trying to get jobs. Kubalulekile ke into yoba ndike ndichaze into yoba phaya ngelixesha silungiselela uvoto phaya eKomani uba uyazijonga iposi ayikho kude nendawo ethengisa utywala abantu baphuma eposini neza 350 babheke kwindawo yotywala xa ubuza into yoba kanti ekhaya kuzawutyiwa ntoni na athi hayi imali yengozi le imali yengozi ayingena endlini ufuna ukuyifumana uyitye uyigqibele kwakule ndawo so ayiyo mali yengozi ke le mayivunyelwe le mali iphinde ekhaya khona ukuze kube khona into etyiwayo. Esisibonelelo ke senzelwe side senza abantu bacula ingoma ngelixesha likaDisemba bathi uRamaphosa uyamthanda umahlalela uvela amniki 350 into yoba leyo ndlu ingavumi into yoba sicule ngaba ndiyakuculela somlomo ngoba inoba uyivanga le ngoma uvela amniki 350. It is critical that we infuse a vigorous pace of agility in our economic reconstruction and recovery plan. For the DA, Honorable Senator, through you, Speaker, the claim that we plagiarized their manifesto in the president's plan is an overreach. It's an overreach. For a party that believes in market fundamentalism and sees no meaningful interventions by the state, it is reach to claim such wisdom. Our economic perspectives are fundamentally different with the DA. We believe in the need for government to create an enabling environment for business to flourish, not some hostile takeover. Similarly, we disagree with the EFF with the EFF's flawed approach. The partnership with the private sector ought to be enhanced to ensure the efficient provision of service delivery. This is fundamental reason why we have always been proponents of black economic empowerment with the ultimate aim of ensuring job creation so that the economy truly benefits the majority of this country historically disadvantaged citizens. Unlike the right-wing Freedom Front Plus and its liberal DA, who do not support the empowerment of black people, no wonder no black African leader lasts in a leadership position in the DA. Government alone cannot address rising unemployment, and we support call by the president for the private sector to increase productivity, investments in particular in those sectors of the economy which creates jobs. Kungoko siluxhasa ikhwelo likamongameli elithi amashishini abucala mawasondele ukuze sonke sakhe elilizwe. Siyayibethelela into kamongameli esithi urhulumente xa esebenza yedwa akana ukwazi ujongana nomcelimngeni ingakumbi lo wengqesho. Somlomo, the formation of the African National Congress was based on addressing the land question. The wars of resistance fought by our forebears were against land dispossession. Futhi ke ANC sifuna ukuyibeka icaca into yokuba sithi umhlaba mawubuyele ebantwini abantsundu. Abasisininzi selilizwe siza kuqhubeka siye-ANC nemigaqo nkqubo yokubuyisa wabiwe uphuhliswe usetyenzwe umhlaba sisebenzisa imithetho efana ne-Land Court Bill kunye ne-Expropriation Bill, which was preceded by vigorous public hearings. As we committed during when the sixth parliament started and pledged ukuba siyiparlamente sakuyiqinisa indlela yokuphonononga inkqubo zikarhulumente, will continue to play our enhanced and robust oversight. We stand here with the authority to affirm that the electoral reforms bill has been tabled in parliament, and we call on all people of South Africa to comment during the public hearings. ANC siyayixhasa inzame zikarhulumente zokulwa ubuqhophololo obuqhetseba kunye noburhalarhume ezifana ne-Commission of Inquiry into State Capture kunye nophando olwenziwa yi-SIU ne-Hawks kwimibandela yorhwaphilizo. Siyayamkela into yoba kubekho abantu ababanjiweyo kwaye kubuyiswe nemali ethe yabiwa. Siyazibophelela siyi-ANC ukuba apha eParlamente uba yonke ingxelo ethe yaziswa sizayilandela into yoba mayi-implementwe. Somlomo, funeka simanyane ukulwa ukunyashwa kwamalungelo omama abantwana abo bakhubazekileyo nabo baphila kwisini esinye. Bonke abaphembeleli be-gender based violence and femicide funeka babanjwe. Siyayibulela mongameli into yoba uze ne-strategic plan kwaye uqinisekise into yoba uyayisayina imithetho emithathu epaswe yile parliamente khona ukuze singenelele kwimpatho gadalala yoomama nabantwana. Le mithetho kananjalo incedisa into yoba oomama bakwazi ukufumana i-protection orders online, bangahambi bayojongana baqubisane naba bantu babahlukumezayo abababamba ngobhomngwana. Le mithetho kananjalo ithi ityala aliboli, ingakumbi ityala lodlwengulo nokuba ubudlwengulo iminyaka engama-20 eyodlulayo, kodwa le mithetho uzawubanjwa uthi nqa. Okwesithathu, ezinkundla zingamashumi-32 kwii-regions zinika oomama isidima sokuba amatyala ohlukunyezo angaxoxwa esidlangalaleni kusiva wonke umntu kwaye akhawuleziswe ahlonitshwe umama akhuselwe isidima sakhe kugwetywe abo benze okubi. Xa ndizawugqibela, Somlomo, our unity and diversity remains our strength. All South Africans should be committed to eradicating backward tendencies of tribalism, racism, patriarchy, and discrimination of the LGBTIQ+ community.
Honorable member, your time is up. Thank you. I thank you. The Honorable Leader of the Opposition,
Madam Speaker, the Honourable President, wherever he is today, honourable members, this is a strange SONA to debate because large parts of the President's speech are straight from the DA's playbook. Let's be clear, that is a good thing. It's a good thing. Because what we need if we want to fight poverty is agreement of where and how jobs are created. And for the very first time, someone from that side of the house seems to get it. If we're honest, on Thursday night, the President didn't sound like a man leading the ANC, a party obsessed with centralized control of the economy and reliant on a massively bloated public sector. Channeling the DA, he said, and I quote, "Government doesn't create jobs, businesses create jobs. Government must create the conditions that will enable the private sector," unquote. But as we've seen today, what remains unclear is which of these views represents the real ANC. For almost 3 decades, this government has done about all that it possibly could to discourage job creation in the private sector through terrible, draconian regulations and labour laws. For almost 3 decades, the ANC has stuck to its ideological guns of putting government and the state at the centre of economic growth and job creation. And for almost 3 decades, it's treated the small business owner as the enemy, doing all it can to extract taxes and exhaust their goodwill, forcing them to jump through extraordinary hoops of compliance and regulations, BEE, and a raft of other irrational requirements, not to mention the COVID regulations. And then suddenly, on Thursday night, we hear a different story. So what has changed? Now, Mr. President, I'm sure that you have seen and heard the analyst comments that you must have been reading the DA manifesto. But I agree with the Chief Whip of the ANC. But that statement needs to be corrected. Because a manifesto is merely a declaration of intentions, not achievements. Anybody can talk about what they want to do and the things that they would like to see done. None of the things that you appropriated from the DA came from a wish list. They are things we already do where we are in government. And so, you didn't borrow from the DA's manifesto, you took directly from the DA's track record. And that's a good thing. And it's also a very important distinction to make when trying to understand why this economy under your government remains trapped in quicksand. You see, it all comes down to the difference between talking and doing. And that's what we need to keep in mind when we debate the positive things that you said on Thursday. Are any of them likely to happen? So you talk about building a capable professional state, but you still insist on deploying unsuitable party loyalists to every single corner of the state. Meanwhile, the DA has shown you exactly what a capable, merit-based state can look like. You talk about solving the energy crisis and ending load shedding, and you've been talking about this for well over a decade now. But as we speak, DA governments stand ready to buy their power directly from independent power producers. You talk about making it easier for small and medium enterprises to operate and comply with regulations by cutting red tape, while the DA does exactly this. The Western Cape government has an incredibly successful red tape reduction unit, and we introduced a similar bill in Parliament only to have it shot down by the President's own party. You talk about paying government suppliers on time. DA governments consistently pay their suppliers within 30 days. You see, Mr. President, talking is easy, but doing makes the difference. And that is the DA difference. Cape Town Mayor Jordan Hill-Lewis has promised to make Cape Town the most business-friendly city on the continent and put it right up there amongst the best in the world. You might also know that Cape Town already tops the ease of doing business rankings in South Africa. And this has had a profound effect on new investments, which in turn has spared its residents the worst of the country's unemployment bloodbath. But that's not good enough. The rest of South Africa cannot be the benchmark. It's just too low. Cape Town wants to measure itself against the world and wants to roll out the red carpet for every possible new job-creating business. And that's what we mean by the DA difference, the measurable way in which people's lives improve where the DA governs. Mr. President, you even acknowledged this DA difference in the wake of the Parliament fire when you said, and I quote, We do have one city that works, a province that works, and a government that works when the chips are down, unquote. The biggest DA difference of all is that we get things done. You talk year after year, the DA gets it done. It could have all been very different, though, Mr. President, when you embarked on your presidency some 4 years ago. You had all the goodwill and support that you needed to put our country back on its feet. It wasn't going to be easy, but you had it perfectly teed up. You were the darling of the media, businesses were falling over themselves to give money, and all you had to do was start delivering on some of your promises of your first SONA. Just a little bit of progress, and then a little bit more the following year, and a little bit more the next year. But the reality is that very little happened. And so South Africa's heard the same pronouncements and promises each year about how jobs are going to be created, how load shedding will end, how broadband spectrum will be auctioned, and how corruption would finally be dealt with. Every year, another task team, another social compact, another commission, another road show, another stakeholder engagement, all just kicking the can down the road at taxpayer expense. Now you tell us that your government has given itself, and I quote, 100 days to finalize a social compact to grow our economy, create jobs, and combat hunger, unquote. Now, no one here can argue with that. They're incredible goals. But what were you doing for the last 100 days, or the last 1,000 days for that matter? Our country's been in an absolute crisis for a very long time. And it's incomprehensible that you arrive at a SONA to tell us that you're now going to start thinking a plan. You should have used SONA to announce the plan. And not only the plan, but the progress on implementation. Don't say, do. And again on Thursday, you told us that those responsible for state capture will be punished. But if you had read the first 2 reports of the Zondo Commission, you would know that you still continue to employ many of those implicated in your own cabinet. In your 5th State of the Nation address, you're still promising South Africa prosecutions, yet not one of those implicated cadres has been charged or convicted. Don't say, do. So while I'd love to feel buoyed by the newfound insights of job creation, small enterprises, cutting red tape, simplifying labor laws, supporting our nation's employers, I've seen this film enough times to know that this is where it likely ends. And so does everyone else, which is why the common theme of the media analysis post your SONA was nice words, pity it will never happen. After all that goodwill and hope 4 years ago, you have today become the president of the comforting catchphrase, the soothing reassurance, and the empty promises. Doctor, do nothing. But here's the thing, Mr. President. We cannot have a conversation about this inaction without turning our attention to the real elephant in the room. Or should I say the 64 elephants in the room. And you know what I'm talking about, Mr. President. It's your cabinet ministers and their deputies. 64 of you, including 28 ministers, 34 deputy ministers, plus the deputy president and yourself. Even after trimming and consolidating ministries, you still preside over one of the biggest cabinets in the world. A massive jobs for cadres scheme where no one is too corrupt, too lazy, or too useless to land one of these plush jobs. Every energy reform, every measure to unshackle our economy, every intention to support small businesses is going to sink like a ton of bricks the moment you walk into your first cabinet meeting. Almost no one on your executive would be employable in the private sector. And frankly, you know that some of them should be behind bars. But instead of cleaning out your cabinet, you simply reshuffle the corrupt again and again until every single ministry has the grubby fingerprints of failure all over it. You stand up in SONA and you talk about building a capable state. But you're not prepared to walk away from the very essence of state capture and the incapable state, the policy of cadre deployment. Clearly, Mr. President, you know what I'm saying is true. You know that your cabinet cannot be trusted to get things done. You've effectively admitted that by now setting up a parallel state in your own presidency. Your appointments like Sipho Nkosi, Mavuso Mzimang and Daniel Manele to do the job of your cabinet says it all. In a functional democracy, you would have fired most of your cabinet a long time ago. But we all know why you haven't. We've seen the video where without a hint of shame, you tell the room that you would rather be seen as a weak president than split the ANC, because that is not your mission. Your mission is to keep the ANC united. In other words, you see your job as holding together this ragtag mob of crooks and freeloaders, even if that means the destruction of our country. Why else would Minister Bheki Cele still have a job in your cabinet after the spectacular failure of the SAPs to protect people's lives and property during the riots of last year? Over 300 people lost their lives. You should hold him accountable, but you don't. Why does Minister Ayanda Dlodlo still have a job in your cabinet? As Minister of State Security, the lack of state intelligence during and preceding the July riots fell squarely on her shoulders. You should hold her accountable, but instead you simply redeployed her to public service and administration, while the third person responsible for July's chaos, the Defence Minister, found herself redeployed as the Speaker in this House. Why does Minister Lindy Westerson still have a job as Tourism Minister? Over the past 28 years, she's left a trail of mediocrity across 5 different departments. And if that wasn't enough to get rid of her, surely, her despicable attack on the judiciary and our Constitution was. Why does Minister Gwede Mantashe still have a job as Energy Minister? We've now entered our 14th year of load shedding. There are children at high school who've never known a life without blackouts. You can't speak to the world about green energy and fixing our electricity crisis while Mr. Cole can't see beyond fossil fuels. Will you hold him accountable for dragging our country back into the dark ages? Of course not. Why does Minister Patricia de Lille still have a job with Public Works? If the Beitbridge border fence fiasco wasn't enough reason to sack her, then surely the fact that our parliament burnt down on her watch should be. Why does Minister Angie Motshekga still serve as our education minister? She's had the same job for 13 years now. During this time, almost 6 million children have dropped out of school. Forget about the pass rate that she crows about every single year. It means nothing when half of the children in our country do not sit down to write their exams. If our widening inequality is as important as you try to make it sound, that is where you should start looking. Why does Minister Stella Ndabeni-Abrahams still have a job as Minister of Small Business Development? Her transgressions in her previous role as the Communications Minister and her flouting of lockdown regulations were already enough to fire her. So why promote her to this crucial portfolio, only then to appoint an outsider to come in and do her job? Why does Minister Lindiwe Zulu still have a job in your cabinet? Surely, when you saw her spraying people with a water cannon for the crime of waiting in a queue to collect a SASSA grant, there should have been no doubt that she's not suitable for the job. But there she is, still your Minister of Social Development. It seems like her and Minister Mbalula, just like every other deadbeat minister, are simply unfireable. And finally, why does Minister Ibrahim Patel still serve in your cabinet? If indeed you believe, as you said last week, that the private sector and not government should be creating jobs, why put a sworn communist in charge of trade and industry? A large part of our 46.6% unemployment rate stems from that. Accountability is something you only talk about. because actually doing something would mean firing some of your cabinet and upsetting your comrades. So, here's what's going to happen, Mr. President. Because you've shown that you're a president of talk and not a president of action, we are going to make it easier for you. Today, I've tabled a motion of no confidence, not in you, but in your whole cabinet in terms of Section 1021 of the Constitution. If it's not possible for you to do right by the people of South Africa, then we're going to take the burden off your hands and let this House fire them for you. And once we've done that, we're going to bring back all of our bills of reform to this House. The ISMO bill, the Ease of Doing Business bill, our Red Tape Impact Assessment bill, our Public Investment Corporation Amendment bill, our Small Enterprise Ombudsman bill, and our End Cadre Deployment bill. And then we'll let this House help you do your job by implementing the reforms that you could only talk about. And while we're doing that, our governments and metros and municipalities across the country will help you do your job by becoming less dependent on Eskom, by taking over more policing powers from national government, and hopefully by taking over and fixing commuter rail. Our governments will be doing all they can to fix the mess that you created in our schools. And our governments will make it easier to do business and create jobs as we try to undo the decades worth of damage of your failed economic policies. Because we cannot sit through another year of your talk while our country slides further and further backwards and millions more of our citizens fall into poverty and unemployment. So, Mr. President, you can either stand back and watch us take over your duties one by one, or you can let us help you break the paralysis of your presidency by pushing through your own reforms in this House. I assure you, as I've done on many times before, that you will find a huge deal of support on our side of the House to get this reform agenda driven through Parliament. Mr. President, you may have just enough time left to rewrite your presidency and to build a legacy. But it's going to require you taking action, and action now. So what do you say, Mr. President, wherever you may be? Are we going to help you fire your cabinet and give your executive a new start? Will you let us help you drive through the economic reforms that are so desperately needed and which you spoke about on your SONA address, and which we know, as we've heard today, that your own comrades do not support? Or are you going to be content to see out your presidency and your term of office as the president who was too afraid to put his country before his party? That choice, Mr. President, is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Order. Order, colleagues. Honorable members, order. Order. May I now invite the Honorable J.S. Malema. The Minister in the Presidency. Honorable Malema, my apologies, and my apologies, Honorable Gungubele, it is your turn. Thank you.
Ningandi instigate. We stand a risk of being diverted to spend time clarifying the difference between facts and ideas. if there's one stupid thing you can do, is to spend time debating the difference between facts and ideas. Because we are known our philosophy of mixed economy, so we can't repeat it here. All I want to, a little bit of response to that, because intanga zakho zizawuza kuwe. I don't have time for that. The only thing I want to say before I spend time on your rhetoric is that the DA's difference is a racial difference. Because you see it in Guguletu, in Philippi, in Tembalethu, in Oton, all over. The DA difference is a racial difference. You see it in police station in Guguletu and see it in police station in Bishop's Court. But your peers, Lindy,
Order,
Thank you,
honorable
Madam Speaker.
members. Order, allow the speaker to order.
President of the Republic, His Excellency Deputy President Mabuza, colleagues in the executive, members of parliament, distinguished guests, fellow South Africans. I greet you on this Valentine's Day, hoping that those amongst us who celebrate this day also carry with them the spirit of love for the beautiful people of this, our resilient nation. Let us take inspiration from those who dedicated their lives to a just world and humanity, dignity for all, and Dr. Che Guevara's assertion that, open quote, a true revolutionary is guided by a great feeling of love. It is impossible to think of a genuine revolutionary lacking this quality, close quote. So happy Valentine's to all of you across party lines. Guided by this love for your people, Mr. President, when you addressed South Africa on Thursday, you unequivocally spoke to their frustrations, dejections, their vulnerabilities, demonstrating to the nation that you are alive to the underlying factors responsible for their desperation as it emanates from the state of inequality, poverty, unemployment, and security. You have captured the imagination of our people as you went on to ignite their hope to heal their aspirations. Your undertaking to intervene in areas of security, infrastructure, cost of doing business, water scarcity, network industries, myriad of youth programs, gender equality, etc., including progress reviews demonstrated that you know it is not enough to acknowledge problems when nothing is done about them. We support the President's assertion that unprecedented steps must be taken to strengthen and affirm our commitment to a constitution that protects us all. We oblige to this mandate to redress the iniquities of the past and ensure the progressive realization of assured prosperity. Mr. President, your comprehensive and responsive address was a rallying call to all people of South Africa to join hands in building a better life for all. By calling for a new social compact to implement South Africa's transformation agenda, you are affirming our constitutional directive that national unity in pursuit of human prosperity is a timeless phenomenon. You are alerting our minds to two fundamental revolutionary goals: that correcting the ills of the past and building a new South Africa which is inclusive, purely on the basis of humanity, are two sides of the same coin, which is nation building. I want to submit, Mr. President, that when these two are separated, a dream of a new South Africa is a dream deferred. The State of the Nation address affirmed that to secure the pride and conviction of the people behind the historic mission of their country is derived from the participation of all of them. Therefore, we appreciate that for all South Africans to unleash their energies for the success of Project South Africa, they want a government which is consistent, coherent, and predictable, because predictable is a basis for leveraging on the energies of our people. Honorable Speaker, in fostering this new consensus, we seek involvement of compatriots whose interest is a shared prosperity of the people of South Africa from all sectors of society. On the 25th of January 2022, President Ramaphosa inducted a third National Planning Commission, which is an independent think tank that provides advice to government. This body will lead the government, the development of strategy for post-COVID-19 social and economic recovery, assist in establishing social compacts with various stakeholders, and support the realization of the objectives of the NDP Vision 2030. Mr. President, your State of the Nation address made a clarion call of implementation to all the revolutionaries of conscience. Your undertakings have created conditions to complete the National Annual Strategic Plan and to ensure that the departmental annual performance plans are responsive to the priorities you have committed government to achieve. As I'm talking to you, our teams are busy at work in that regard. As the team incorporates SONA priorities outlined, our state of readiness for 2022-23 financial year will sharply focus on high-ranking results based on monitoring of progress and engaging departments on the remedial actions on a monthly, quarterly, and biannual basis. As part of our commitment to taking the people of South Africa along in our journey to reconstruction and recovery post-COVID-19 pandemic, we will in the next coming weeks, through the Department of Government Communication and Information System, table a communications and stakeholder engagement plan to engage society broadly through Imbizo on the new social compact beyond the confines of the organized formations. We want all South Africans to have a voice in the direction the country must take as we recourse together towards Vision 2030. Mr. President, you have, in the interest of transparency and the restoration of public trust, laid bare the report of the State Capture Report, the SIU report, the expert panel report on July 2021, civil unrest, which are all pointing to one thing, namely that the State Capture Project had successfully weakened the capability of government and a number of public institutions, including, amongst others, SARS, DINEL, ESCOM, NPA, state security, amongst others. It is therefore not surprising that you call for rebuilding of public institutions in defense of our democratic gains. You have also sent a devastating message to the criminals, looters, and fraudsters. In other words, you have laid the platform on the basis of which your leadership should be scrutinized, and you have done that without equivocation. You said that you will table the implementation plan of the State Capture Report no later than June 2021. I want to assure you, Mr. President, that your directive will be complied with. Work is currently underway on the volumes of the report, which are already at our disposal. And implementing the recommendation, no stone will be left unturned. In building the capability of the state, the Presidency is setting up a system for coordinating the implementation of all SIU recommendations across the multiple departments, spheres, and agencies responsible for implementation. This will overcome gaps in accountability and allow us to monitor and detect where is inadequate progress in implementation. Honorable Speaker, we want Parliament to know that we will be tabling this implementation plan to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts just end of this month. While this initiative is a work in progress, it does not stop us from immediately pursuing implementation of recommendation the SIU has made in respect of various investigations. As part of our commitment to revamp our country's security services, we are in the process of putting together a plan which will, through the National Security Cluster Secretariat, be concluded and tabled before the National Security Council for adoption. As per your speech, we are already filling a number of vacancies, not waiting for the completion of that plan. Regarding the so-called concentration of power in the office of the President, Mr. President, it is our view that interventions of a given time will always determine the reorganization of the presidency to assist the presidency in leadership of his country at all material times. Therefore, we are not surprised and we see nothing strange in that. Honorable members, the times for diagnosis is over, ours is to implement. This one area where our commitment to build the capacity of the state, this is one area where our commitment to build the capacity of the state will be tested. There can be no better warning than those reports. All that is required is for us to demonstrate that we've been warned. I also wish to add to the President's gratitude to whistleblowers and media for their bravery in exposing state capture and the commitment and directive by the President to law enforcement agencies to take immediate steps to protect whistleblowers. Mr. President, the President has assured members of this august Parliament that he would engage them in public participation programs to ensure that the executive remain accountable to Parliament in its activities. Honourable members, the President spoke at length about the importance of building a capable, ethical, and developmental state, and progress that we have made in professionalizing the civil service. Linked to this is our continuous campaign to combat and eliminate corruption within the public service. Building a capable, ethical, and developmental state also entails ability to coordinate across departments and the three spheres of government. Hence, our resolve to institutionalize and integrate government planning systems and other interventions, which include the implementation of cabinet cluster systems, the district development model, evidence-based M&E, and the annual performance plan, amongst others. For South Africans, the Census 22 that is underway is crucial to ensure better understanding of the demographic and development trends to enable evidence-based planning in our country. I call on everyone to welcome the enumerators into your homes and get counted. For the first time, we have modernized the process and included a digital system for online participation.
Remember, your time is up.
Thank you.
The Honorable J.S. Malema.
Thank you very much, Speaker, President, and the Deputy President. You are not in my speech, Deputy President. I see you, so I'm including you in the speech. The 2021 local government elections have now scientifically demonstrated through the elections that less than 50% of the people of South Africa have confidence in the former liberation movement, which has been in power since 1994. Our people have been patient with the former liberation movement for more than 27 years, gave you the majority mandate to govern society with the hope and belief that you will defeat poverty through development of economy, creation of jobs, reductions of inequalities. It is evident now that despite the confidence given to the former liberation movement for more than 27 years, government has been unable to defeat poverty, failed to grow the economy, and dismally failing to create jobs. South Africa has the highest level of joblessness in the world, and there is no believable program and plan to create jobs for our people. More than 10 million South Africans who are capable of working and are willing to work cannot find jobs anywhere. And these are black people who are systematically excluded from meaningful economic participation under colonialism and apartheid. When political apartheid ended in 1994, our people had hoped that majority black government will use their capacity of the state to develop productive forces, redistribute wealth, and create quality sustainable jobs for all. When faced with the question of the white poverty problem and crisis, the apartheid government used the state and government to create opportunities for their own people and almost completely eradicated joblessness and poverty amongst white people. Today, they say government can't create jobs, it must be a private sector. But we know that during apartheid, they established state-owned institutions with an aim and a purpose of employing white people, particularly the illiterate Afrikaners. The post-1994 government has served to entrench this colonial and apartheid reality of making white people richer and black people poorer. The poverty and the joblessness of black people is getting worse under the current administration, with more than 1.7 million people who were previously employed losing jobs, and majority, if not all of these jobs, were lost in the private sector, which we are told it can create jobs. Despite this basic and verifiable reality and statistic, a president of a former liberation movement comes here to say that government does not create jobs and the hopeless people of our people must wait for private sector to create jobs for them. Sending our people to the private sector for jobs is like sending a cattle for slaughter. What we know about the private capitalist sector is that its purpose has never been and will never be about creation of jobs. The purpose of a capitalist industry to exist is not for jobs purposes. The purpose and sole purpose of capitalism and the private sector is to make profit. That is why private companies always adopt new technologies that seeks to replace workers with machines. That is why the private companies always force government to weaken labor protection laws, because they want to super exploit workers and pay them low and no wages without consequences. That is why private companies always prefer to employ undocumented immigrants, because they force them to work for longer hours and pay them almost nothing. That is why private companies are willing to destroy the environment, dirty our rivers and pollute the environment as long as they can make profit. That is why private companies use private armies, security companies, and even police to shoot and kill workers who demand higher wages. Workers who were demanding higher wages in Marikana were killed by the ANC government, and the sole purpose was to protect private companies' right to maximize on profit. That is why all major capitalist corporations, particularly in the mining sector, are involved in tax avoidance and illicit financial flows, because they want to shift their profits to countries with low or no taxes at all. There is no private capitalist corporation that has as its primary objective the purpose of creating jobs. They are all obsessed with profits at the expense of our people. Despite all this, a president comes here to say our people must go to the private sector for jobs. What is evident is all these things is that the former liberation movement has now officially admitted to what we said when we launched the EFF in 2013, that the former liberation movement is incapable of and will not transform political power into economic power. Kwame Nkrumah was always correct that political power without economic power is meaningless. The former liberation movement has admitted that it will not use its political power to develop the productive forces and create jobs for our people. It is also historically and very incorrect to suggest that the sole role of government and the state is to create conditions for the private sector to create jobs. The history of capitalism, whether private or state capitalism, whether in the West or East, has demonstrated that the state always plays a direct role in the creation and protection of jobs. Let us perhaps give practical examples. China is the fastest growing economy in the world. South Africa and Africa's biggest trading partner has a significant state-owned sector of the economy that led to economic expansion, built infrastructure, and created millions of jobs. The Great Corporation of China, established in 2002, is a state-owned and employs more than 1.5 million people. China National Petroleum Corporation is a state-owned and employs close to 500,000 people. Emirates Airline, which is state-owned, employs more than 100,000 people. So these are many other examples that we can always give where the state plays a significant role and create jobs. State Bank of India, which is owned by the government of India, employs almost 250,000 people. So the story that government cannot create jobs is neither here nor there. There are many other examples we can give you that demonstrate that the most rapid development of the productive forces happens under the state leadership and guidance. We are giving the real examples of these countries in BRICS bloc because these are important strategic partners to South Africa and the entire African continent historically, now and in the future. You never said anything about BRICS, actually never gave any noteworthy analysis of the global balance of forces as if South Africa exists in isolation. We've never had a president of a country who conclude a speech without giving an analysis of the globe and the politics thereof. What we want to caution you through, though, in that none of the countries in the G7, the colonial and imperialist forces you find comfort with, are genuine friends of South Africa and African continent. We define South Africa and the entire African continent to these Western imperialist countries, particularly in the G7, as neo-colonialism. These countries have for centuries pillaged and raped the African continent and robbed us of our resources, and any person who believes that there can ever be a developmental relationship between Africa and the West is either a fool or something else. The only engagement that African continent can and must have with these imperialist forces is to stop them from stealing our minerals. We as Parliament and all progressive forces must work towards strengthening our politics, social, economic relationship with progressive forces, particularly China and Russia. We must not be apologetic about that. These countries openly associated with the struggle against colonialism and apartheid, and they will never shortchange us for material gains. Mr. President, you must admit that under your leadership, South Africa is in worse condition than it has ever been. You are currently the worst president to have ever occupied that position, and you are the worst president that has ever occurred to black people, and we are not surprised that black people are getting poorer under your leadership. There is no successful black businessman who was thriving before you became president who can claim that he's still thriving under your leadership. All those BEE deals which were sealed before you came in, they were terminated by white capital because they said they no longer need BEE partners. They've got you will protect them. Everyone who supported you, every business person, black business person who donated money into the CR17 campaign, today says a different story because you have abandoned all of them for your own white monopoly capital. Under your leadership, we have the highest level of poverty and suffering of black people, the highest level of unemployment, the most disorganized and compromised security sector, the most frequently electricity cuts and load shedding, high levels of corruption. Parliament banned under your leadership of government, and not because it was banned by a homeless person, but due to negligence, dysfunctional public health care system and infrastructure. Our education infrastructure is still incomplete, and children still go to mud schools and use pit toilets. Neglect of the sports, arts, and culture sector, which you never said anything about during SONA. You never ever said, not even a word, about sports, arts, and culture. And that shows that you have no regard for all those young people who are involved in these activities. High levels of crime dismal failure of the state criminal justice system to decisively deal with gender-based violence and femicide. Local government, particularly in rural areas, is dysfunctional, with more than 128 municipalities in financial distress. Under your tenure as president, the situation in South Africa has gone from bad to worse. The fact of the matter is, Mr. President, your dream of being a president has come true. Please, now that you have fulfilled your dream of wanting to become a president, why are you not leaving us in peace? Because the highest ambition you ever held was to become a president. You have become a president. Now you want to come and serve for a second term. To do what? Because you are not doing anything. You are just on top, but doing nothing on top. What began as a so-called new dawn has become massive unemployment, increased violence against women and children, collapsing hospitals, and the greatest threats against the security of the state in the post-democratic South Africa. The state-owned enterprises have all collapsed under Jamnandas, but you can't do anything because you are very scared of Jamnandas, who played a central role in raising funds for CR17. You are forever indebted to him, even when he's not performing well. Imagine ministers are being called here by your friends that they must resign, but they don't call the name of Jamnandas because he's their friend. He's not failing them in ensuring that they discriminate against our African brothers. We want you not to surrender this country to the Ruperts.
Honorable member, please take your seat. There's a point of order. Honorable Khatebe. Okay. Thank you. Honorable Khatebe, please use a mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. According to Rule 14.0, we cannot call each other by first names. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Malema. Honorable Praveen is Honorable Praveen, not Jamlandas. Thank you very much. Honorable Member Jamlandas or Praveen. Thank you. You may proceed.
Mr. Jamlandas, what began as a so-called new dawn has become a massive unemployment, increased violence against women and children, collapsing hospitals, the greatest threat against the security of the state in post-democratic South Africa. When you assumed office, we want you, in the same way we want your predecessor, that the people of this country have not elected you to act in the interest of a small elite. We want you not to surrender this country to the Ruperts and the Oppenheimers, who played a vital role in funding your lifelong dream of being a president of this country. Unfortunately, you did not listen to this warning and became a shapeless individual whose term was an important concoction of special envoys, presidential task teams and summits. You wasted 5 years setting up structures in which you placed your friends from the business sector to resolve political problems. You did this because you mistook government to be the same as running a company. As a result, our people's suffering intensified while you sat and waited for capital to rescue the situation. You now want to auction off the country to the highest bidder by privatization of state-owned companies, and we all know who will buy state-owned assets, the white minority capitalist class that is at the core of your leadership of our people. We reject all forms of privatization that you plan to embark on, and we will go to the streets to reject any form of privatization. We gave you an opportunity to reclaim the land through our proposed amendment of Section 25 of the Constitution, and you hijacked our motion, distorted it, and asked us to only expropriate abandoned and rotten land. We rejected that with contempt. What do we do with rotten land? What are we going to do with a rotten land which is not productive? We want land that is prime. We want land that is of value to our people. There is absolutely nothing that you have done for black people. You seem to think that each State of the Nation address is the beginning of a new term as president, which is why there is no consistency and implementation of your own objectives. We will today take you through the mess you presided over and your many unfulfilled promises. In 2019, you claimed that you plan to ignite economic activity, restore investor confidence, support employment, and address the urgent challenges that affect the lives of vulnerable members of our society. Since then, you have been in charge for 15 financial year quarters, of which 8 had negative growth with technical recession in the process. From the last State of the Nation address in 2021 to date, unemployment has increased from 30.8% to 34.9%. In 2019, you said to us you will create 275,000 additional direct jobs every year. When you became president in 2018, unemployment was 26.7%, sitting at 5.9 million people. In 2021 quarter 3, the unemployment rate increased from 34.9%, increasing to 7.6 million people. To put this simply, more than 1.7 million people have lost their jobs since you became president. You have now abandoned your strategy of summits and thumb-sucked job creation figures and told us that the private sector must create jobs. You do this because you are running from absolute failure to create employment. The suggestion that the private sector must lead to job creation is a neoliberal policy born out of consensus reached by the G7 when they summoned you to take pictures with them like a child. You have now returned here, conspired with a racist official opposition to force down capitalist understanding of development that sidelines a democratically elected government. The state must be at the center of job creation, and any compromise on that is an attempt to turn this country into a PTY LTD. The state of security in this country is beyond embarrassing, and you have done nothing to give an impression that our people are safe under your leadership. You took the whole intelligence into your office and appointed the most unintelligent person to head the intelligence. He always liked posturing and giving an impression that he's an ideologue. He came here before me. You saw him, Honorable Mbuisen. He was like this. There is a difference between idea and facts. Let me tell you, like he's going to say something abstract and says nothing. That's him. He's like that. And that's how he finishes the president all the time in the office. You see, Mr. President, nothing. You have passed a motion of no confidence on a young person in a form of Zizigodo. That is the young person that you should be grooming, who should be correcting that institution of the intelligence and make it functional. I do not understand this thing, Honorable Deputy President. Your hatred for your young people is visible. You hate young people with passion, and a young person with potential gets to be destroyed in your organization. What is wrong with giving Zizi the full responsibility of being a minister of intelligence and allow this minister who came before me to accompany his friends on the trips and leave the intelligence to young people? Now, there are thugs today going around calling themselves Operation Dudula, who are harassing innocent people, demanding proof of citizenship. Nothing is happening to them. These armed individuals operate freely because they know this country is run by cowards. They call themselves Operation Dudula. They put guns, they display guns openly on the streets of South Africa in front of the police. Yet police do not act against those thugs that intimidate our people. There was a video circulating of an African old lady who was crying, being forced to take out her ID by these thugs. Yet government can't do anything against these criminals. Violent crime is at all-time high. That is the mistake you did. Honorable Begitele was not supposed to be a minister of police because he was a commissioner of police. There is no way he can be a minister of police and not compete with the commissioner of police, because he knows that responsibility and he knows what you can do with that responsibility. It was a miscalculated move. If anything, you should have taken Ndozi to the army and give someone different, the police, who will not compete with the commissioner of police. We will never defeat crime in this country for as long as the competition in the police is not stopped. And the only way to stop that competition is to remove Minister of Police and send him somewhere else so that we can fight crime. Crime in this country, cash in transit haste, is at a higher level, not because it cannot be fought. There is 1 December where Minister Begitele fought criminals to a point where there was zero. In December, there was zero cash in transit haste. We can't say the same today, caused by this unnecessary competition we have. And what is even worse is that you've got police and the soldiers committing cash in transit haste, which is a very clear state of a rotten security cluster we have in this country. Speaker, we are making a clarion call that there must be a clear change in the security cluster. Otherwise, our women and children will never be safe in this country. We want our people to reclaim the streets, and we need to fight crime decisively. A person is just called John Wick and then he goes around Mamelodi killing people with ease, and government can't do anything because of competition between a minister and a police commissioner. We want to say to the president, if you want to pass a motion of no confidence in your ministers, stop using your friends by appointing them into positions in your office. You are appointing your friends to come and play the role that must be played by your ministers. What is the point in appointing a person to come and cut red tape? The red tape is a responsibility of Treasury. When people were looting and stealing money of PE, you called Treasury to issue regulations. Treasury issued regulations and that nonsense stopped immediately. Treasury has got capacity to deal with the issues of red tape because they are the ones who issue these red tapes, who say you must follow the following things before you pay a small business. Now you come and appoint a guy from outside. The government is very hostile, if you don't know, Mr. President. They are not going to cooperate with that person because it's going to be seen as an outsider. You need Treasury to cut the red tape. We need to remove the Department of Small Business because it's not adding any value. If anything, these red tapes that affect small business, it was supposed to be the Department of Small Business that intervenes on behalf of small business and makes sure that they survive. But now you have gone to fetch one of your own to come and play a role of a minister. You have now called another one to come and play a role of Minister of Environment. If a person must go around convincing people on our environmental policy and seeking funding, what is the role of a Minister of Environmental Affairs? Why are you not removing these ministers that you are passing motions of no confidence on and replace them with your friends, because that's what you want to do? If you think that these friends that you are appointing in the presidency, they are so smart and better than your own ministers, why are you not appointing them and costing us more money because these people are not going to perform this job freely. You are costing us a lot of money. You have ballooned the presidency unnecessary to take care of your own friends. So we are saying the Department of Small Business must be closed, because small business must be part of all the departments. Why should a small business be a department? In every department, you've got a responsibility to make sure that you empower small business. Every year, you come here without fail to come and tell us about how cheap your suit is and how cheap your shoes are. What unnecessary utterances, trying to demonstrate to us that you are buying South African. Why are you not telling us how much and what percentage of your budget are you spending on buying local as government? Because the government is the biggest buyer in South Africa. If you can buy local as government and spend the budget local, you will have empowered a lot of people. Not this individual demonstration of cheap arrangement is not going to help anything. What is going to help is to say to government, you are going to buy local. Why is Matache prison buying food in Polokwane and not buying food in Thohoyandou in Venda and empowering the farmers there in Venda who are going to be the suppliers of that Matache prison? Why are the people who are supplying food for kids, feeding scheme in Khayelitsha, not buying local from Khayelitsha as a policy, that nothing is going to come outside Khayelitsha? That requires decisive leadership, which you are not known for. We are asking you, when you come to respond here, please withdraw that thing that you are not going to create jobs. You have killed the hopes of a lot of young people with that statement. You have destroyed them. These people who are looking for government to come and rescue them out of poverty, you stood here and told them it will never happen. They rely on you, they trusted you, you came here and destroyed the hopes of the hopeless masses of our people. Shame on you, Mr. President. You have destroyed young people of South Africa. You have destroyed
Honorable Malema, your time has expired.
Let's remove this ANC from power.
Honorable member, thank you. Honorable, the Deputy Chairperson of the Council.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Ons waai maar net die negatieve energie weg.
Order, honorable members, order.
Ja, baie dankie, achtbare Speaker. President, my ouma het al het gesê, jy moet maar net hoor, maar jy nie doof is nie. Speaker of the National Assembly, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Deputy Speaker, His Excellency the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Ministers, Premiers, Members of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I want once again to express my appreciation to be part of this auspicious debate. Antonio Gramsci once said, social reformers should have pessimism of the intellect and optimism of the will. This means that we must have intellectual capacity to critically unpack the prevailing realities and resolve to prevail through strategic interventions to bring about the desired change. South Africa is one of many nations around the world engaged in a concentrated struggle to defeat the coronavirus and reverse its impact on our social and economic realities. We must therefore stand in unity as a nation across all sectors of society to construct the social compact that is required to create a more unified, more equal, and a prosperous South Africa for all. Honorable President, we welcome the frank assessment you made in the State of the Nation address of the state of South Africa's economy and the wide-ranging measures unveiled, particularly with regard to the economic reconstruction and recovery plan, which put the creation of jobs at the heart of our economic recovery. In recognizing that the ERRP is a functional strategy to lead the poor and economically marginalized out of poverty and inequality, it is imperative that all aspects of the plan become the battleground for the advancement of transformation. We must also proceed to identify opportunities and threats to inclusive growth and remove all obstacles that will decelerate the implementation of this plan. At the center of our current developmental trajectory should be our collective resolve to eradicate poverty, hunger, joblessness, and socio-economic exclusion. Furthermore, in localizing the implementation of this plan, the district development model must be placed at the center of our implementation process. This will ensure that every province, district, and locality adequately benefits from the economic opportunities that must emerge from this plan. To this end, poverty mapping perspectives, as well as the untapped economic potential of each province, district, and locality must be clearly delineated in order to ensure that local economic activities adequately respond to the growth potential of the landscape in each province. Honorable President, a deeper understanding of South Africa's growth catalyzing sectors, particularly in the current COVID-19 context, is of utmost importance. ERRP plans must be supported by better communication processes, better coordination, and an emphasis on clear deliverables and implementation timelines. We welcome the reviewing of the Business Act of 1991 alongside a broad review of legislation that affects small, medium, and micro enterprise, particularly, Honorable President, because the majority of informal traders remain the women of South Africa. Research institutes, thought leaders, and academics all agree that South Africa is not a country that is poor in ideas and the appropriate legislative frameworks. It is the inability of the broader state machinery to implement these ideals, which stands as a key decelerator of policy implementation, which inadvertently impedes substantive transformation. It is therefore absolutely critical that we undertake a skills and capacity audit across the public sector, particularly across the implementing spheres that are tasked with critical implementation mandates. Parliament must be appraised on the capacity levels of each sphere, as well as the systemic and institutional design challenges that exist, that continue to impede policy implementation. State capacity should not merely be viewed as an abstract concept that we make reference to when it is appropriate. It should also not be used as a battle point where we want to fight one another. It should be recognized as the underlying and fundamental factor in the confluence of challenges that relate to policy implementation. It is imperative that define the nature of capacity challenges across the various levels and strata of our state machinery. Interventions to address capacity matters must therefore be regularly reported on and as a key intervention to advance implementation. While government puts systems in place to re-engineer its processes to accelerate implementation, it is imperative that Parliament should play a decisive and robust oversight role throughout this process. Parliament, as part of the broader state machinery, has a very strategic role to play to ensure that it holds the executive accountable. This important exercise of oversight and accountability should, however, not be viewed as a reckless and punitive exercise of power. Oversight is not about the legislative arm antagonizing and hounding the executive. It is about working cooperatively and in unison with great reference for the powers and provisions of the Constitution, which are vested in each arm of state to advance the realization of a common agenda. With only 2.5 years remaining in the 6th dispensation, we must seize the opportunity presented by the pandemic to accelerate the implementation of the priorities contained in the MTSF and the electoral mandate. Since this is the year of unity and renewal to defend and advance South Africa's democratic gains, we call on government to develop the necessary analytical, methodological tools and mechanisms for monitoring and evaluation to accelerate the implementation of gender-responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation, and auditing framework, and to ensure there is implementation of this framework across all spheres of government. After undertaking the review of the 1994 Women's Charter, as guided by the demands of the women of South Africa, we launched the 2021 Women's Charter, which is the current demand document for the women of South Africa. That charter contains 12 strategic priorities, which cover all strategic matters pertinent for the advancement of gender transformation and women's social, political, and economic empowerment. In 2022, Parliament will proceed to create the appropriate oversight mechanisms across the 3 spheres of government in order to track implementation progress on a quarterly basis of the 2021 Women's Charter for Accelerated Development. I am pleased to indicate to you, Honourable President, that Parliament has established sound working relations across all spheres of government. Through the review process, premiers and mayors across local government have committed themselves to cooperating with the legislative sector to ensure that we make tangible commitments to accelerate gender transformation. Speakers of all provincial legislatures have participated in these processes in order to ensure that we advance gender transformation. It is therefore our hope, as we continue with this critical gender transformation project, that we continue to record measurable milestones and progress in gender-responsive planning, budgeting, and implementation. The struggle against patriarchy and the systemic oppression of women demand sustained confrontation and the robust participation of all sectors of society. Women therefore demand that government must incorporate tangible gender perspective into the design, development, adoption, and execution of all budgetary processes as appropriated by Parliament in order to promote equitable, effective, and appropriate resource allocation to support gender equality. Importantly, sector master plans must also be developed in a gendered and gender-sensitive manner so as to give women equitable access to existing and emerging economic recovery and reconstruction projects across our provinces, metros, districts, and locality. As we approach the tabling of the budget, we call on National Treasury to ensure that government departments and agency budgets are linked to gender equality outcomes and for the Auditor General to be engaged to include gender performance indicators in the assessment of financial management processes. Gender-based violence is still endemic and has eroded the social fabric of our society. Government, through the leadership of the State President, has put in place various strategic response plans to prevent gender-based violence and to empower victims of gender-based violence. Stopping this violence starts with believing survivors, adopting comprehensive and inclusive approaches that tackle the root causes, transform harmful social norms, and empower women and girls with survivor-centered essential services across policing, justice, health, social sectors, and sufficient financing for the women's rights agenda. Equally, as we are making headway with spreading the message of women empowerment, we must not forget the boy child. We must acknowledge that, and I quote, "You cannot have a holistic girl child without a well-rounded boy child," close quote. We must inculcate in the boy child values of equality and human dignity and encourage our boys to see the girl child as an equal and not as an object to dominate and oppress. We must recognize that the boy child is also a victim of gender conditioning, socio-cultural norms, examples of toxic masculinity that we see on display all over, even in Parliament, violent behavior, and the oppression of women. Therefore, a neglected boy child generally grows up to be a bigger danger to society. We need to advocate for an education which will educate and inculcate in the boy child a paradigm of equality and a respect for feminism. Programs to build gender equity and counter GBV must be made mandatory in the workplace, in both the public and the private sector, including the educational system. We will have to activate our community-based systems through Know Your Neighborhood campaigns to shift harmful gender attitudes, roles, and social norms. We must find ways. There's no D. We must, yes, but it's fine. Some of us was born before technology, so it's fine. We must find ways and means to increase funding for mental health and supporting counseling program. Whilst raising all of the above, Honorable President, allow us to congratulate you and your collective for signing the 3 new anti-gender-based violence bills and clearing up the DNA backlog for processing. Indeed, the implementation of these pieces of legislation will go a long way in ensuring that cases are successfully prosecuted and that there are more effective deterrents in place. What we as South Africa therefore demand is to do away with poor or inadequate coordination of government interventions and the non-enforcement of legislation passed and agreed upon through effective and robust oversight. The uprisings that took place in Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal in July of 2021 demonstrated the manifestation of the deep-seated social and economic inequalities which are still prevalent in our society today. The report by the independent panel also concedes that some of the contributing factors which led to an escalation of pre-existing circumstances includes the poorly rolled out programs of service delivery, unacceptable living conditions, the state of the economy, and persistent levels of poverty. These realities, according to the findings of the independent panel, serve to provide the ripe environment for the poor and dejected to join in the looting catastrophe. It is also important to indicate that the COVID-19 pandemic also served as a contributing factor, exacerbating an already dire socio-economic and developmental crisis. The lessons we must take from this experience is that South Africans have demonstrated a deep sense of desperation as intensified by the brunt endured by the poor. The July unrest has issued a sharp and emphatic call to the collective leadership of this country that transformation can no longer be waited for. Socio-economic transformation is an agenda for today. It is an agenda that demands urgent responses, urgent prioritization, and urgent implementation. Frantz Fanon insists that praxis must be rooted in the temporal, that each generation must confront the living reality of its own situation, accept its own call to battle, gather its own weapons.
Honorable Member, your time is up.
I so much wanted to say, before I go down, I just want to say, through the fire and through the crisis, the resilience that was displayed by Parliament is leading us
Time is up.
into a new time frame. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Lucas. I'm told that Honorable M.G. Buthelezi is experiencing some problems, so instead of him, we'll have Honorable Singh, the Chief Whip of the IFP. Honorable Singh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Your Excellency the President, Deputy President, Honorable Speaker, and Honorable Members. In times of crisis, more than at any other time, the President must lead government in communicating a single, clear message about what is happening, why it is happening, and what the government is doing to address the matter. These words, Your Excellency, are taken from the report of the expert panel that investigated the July 2021 civil unrest. That orgy of violence left 354 dead and thousands injured. It wiped 50 billion off South Africa's economy and destroyed thousands of jobs. It left a deep and lasting wound in our nation, and it could have been avoided. Despite constant warnings from the National Intelligence Coordinating Committee, the need to stop corruption in government and start addressing the needs of people kept being kicked down the road like the proverbial can. Again, Your Excellency, these are the words of the report. As damning as it is, this report does not stand in isolation. It comes on the heels of the report on state capture and the SIU's report on corruption in PPE procurement and the Global Risks Report of the World Economic Forum. We ignore or cherry-pick from these reports at our peril, for they warn of state collapse, the hollowing out of state institutions, sponsored state capture, national instability, and a culture of violence and criminality within the ruling party. The question we are faced with, honorable members, is whether in this time of crisis, the President has provided a single clear message about what is happening, why it is happening, and what his government is going to do to address the matter. And then, as we always do in Parliament, we must ask the follow-up question, can we believe the President? Honorable Speaker, Honorable Prince Buthelezi does not question the President's integrity or even his intent. Indeed, he pities the President, for it would be impossible to address even a fraction of the flood of expectations. But his concern is with the political will and the ability of the ruling party to do everything the President has committed to do in his State of the Nation address. There is a strong precedent to suggest that no matter what the President tells us during SONA, it is not a blueprint, but a wish list. It lists all the things that would be nice to have. Yet, year after year, the commitments made during SONA are delayed, changed, or unfulfilled. Like the President, Honorable Prince Buthelezi believes he cannot respond to even a fraction of what should be addressed, but we must take stock of what the President called the foremost overriding priorities of 2021, and I list them. Defeating the coronavirus pandemic, accelerating economic recovery, creating jobs, fighting corruption, and strengthening the state. While 60% of our people over the age of 50 are fully vaccinated against COVID-19, for those between the ages of 18 and 34, that figure is just 28%. To put it differently, 72% of young South Africans are not protected by a vaccine. This should drive home, honorable members, the importance of PPEs as the first line of defense in saving lives. How is it then that PPE procurement became a cesspool of dodgy deals, implicating more than 200 government officials in thousands of irregular contracts to the tune of billions of rand? Honorable Chairperson, we have the single clear message about what is happening. It is time to face the truth about why it is happening. Without that, any message about what government is doing to address the matter will be empty intention. Honorable Prince Buthelezi has commended you before, Honorable President, on moving away from the previous era of telling us a good story. You excel in your blunt assessment of the facts. In February last year, you told us, and I quote, "Our unemployment rate now stands at a staggering 30.8%. That was true. But then you told us, and I quote, "As a result of the relief measures that we implemented and the phased reopening of the economy, we expect to see a strong recovery in employment by the end of the year," close quote. That strong recovery in unemployment was nowhere to be seen. as the unemployment rate climbed to 34.4% in the second quarter of 2021 and reached a record high of 34.9% in the third quarter. Within 1 year, the economically inactive population grew by close to 1 million people. Honorable Chairperson, with our country's gross inequalities, some felt the emptiness of SONA's cheery optimism more than others. By the third quarter of 2021, the official unemployment rate among black South African women was 41.5%. Our women still bear the brunt of an economic crisis that is simply not being handled correctly. In the mind of Honorable Buthelezi and the caucus leaders, we hear the refrain of Nina Simone calling us to celebrate being young, gifted, and black. But there is pain in being young, gifted, and black when there is no place for you in the labor market and opportunities in the economy are inaccessible. To be young, female, and black is to stack the odds even higher against social and economic justice. The IFP, therefore, supports the laudable intervention of a relief grant. Last year, we heard that the social and economic relief package was providing additional grant payments to almost a third of our country's population. Yet, by January this year, the SIU had uncovered 2.1 billion rand worth of irregular contracts. 224 government officials or entities were referred for disciplinary action, and 386 referrals were sent to the National Prosecuting Authority. Again, there is a single clear message about what is happening. But why is it happening, Mr. President? How has this level of corruption been allowed to establish itself within a government that is meant to be for the people? It's not as if we weren't warned. In September 2020, the Auditor General warned of the risk of abuse of the social relief grant to channel money away from where it was intended to go. Again, in March 2021, the Auditor General highlighted the lack of coordination and weak controls that left the relief fund vulnerable to fraud and looting. Honorable Chairperson, we need to make one thing very clear. There is no split between the government and a criminal network that infiltrated government. When you say, Honorable President, that there was state capture, you imply that it is behind us. But we are still living with its effects. That criminal network, just like those individuals who conspired to defraud government, was enabled and assisted by officials and leaders in government. Our own government became part of a criminal network. And unless we admit to this fact and stop playing semantics, the solution will evade us. Mr. President, Honorable Buthelezi has said before that raising our people's hopes and expectations is dangerous when it will be a hope deferred or an expectation unmet. What happened to the imminent appointments to the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council? What happened to the Land and Agrarian Reform Agency that was being established last year to fast-track land reform? The National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide was announced in 2019. 3 years later, we are still talking about implementing it. And there is a trend here. Both last year and this year, Mr. President, you spoke about rolling out broadband. That policy was adopted by Cabinet 9 years ago. 8 years ago, the IFP's Honorable Dr. Mario Ambrosini, late, introduced a private member's bill to unlock the potential of the cannabis sector. 20 years ago, as Minister of Home Affairs, Prince Buthelezi drafted legislation to streamline the visa process to enable the entry of skills. But his bill was mauled by Cabinet, to say the least. Honorable Chairperson, we do not have all the time in the world. Honorable President, when you spoke last year about the Lenceria Smart City, you never mentioned that it would take 25 years to complete. When you told us about the Mokholo Crocodile River Water Project, you never explained that actual delivery is scheduled for 2026. When you said that the student housing infrastructure program would provide us 300,000 student beds, you never said over the span of 10 years. In fact, you said it was an approved project for 2021. Government must look to long-term projects. But let us not pretend that talking about tomorrow's solutions solves today's problems. Where are the solutions for today that were started yesterday? Tragically, the answer to that question is likely to become the shocking finding of yet another special investigation. Honorable President, last year you presented us with, and I quote, one of the most significant expansions of public and social employment in South Africa's history, close quote, the presidential employment stimulus. Last week you told us how it had helped small-scale farmer Mama Nozipo Kekwade from Impandle in KwaZulu-Natal, and that it would now be expanded to reach 250,000 small-scale farmers this year. Yet, on 13 January 2022, the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development suspended presidential employment stimulus vouchers to all subsistence farmers with immediate effect, literally taking food off the table in many homes. Why? Because it was not being implemented properly. Honorable Chairperson, 2 of the more than 8,000 words spoken last Thursday speaks volumes. These 2 words are properly managed. If properly managed, the energy transition will benefit all. If properly managed, the many plans and programs presented could work. But is our country being properly managed? Decades ago, Honorable Prince Buthelezi reminded government that his friend Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher fixed the economy of Britain when she sold the parastatals and slapped down the Trade Union Council's Arthur Scargill. After that, UK's economy blossomed. Talking about social employment takes us back to socialism. We need to decide now whether ours will be a welfare or a developmental state. Failing to do what is needed and right has caused us far too much damage. In the past year, our national parliament has been destroyed. Our country has been shaken by massive civil unrest. Crime and unemployment have reached record highs. Our Minister of Defense and military veterans were held hostage by their own party's former military wing.
Your time is up, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much. Finally, Honourable Chairperson, when government says they love all, they must serve all. And that's what they are not doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is going to be Honourable P.J. Groenewald.
Geachte Voorzitter, through you to the Honourable President, we must always remember that the President will be judged by his track record. And what I did is, I went and I looked at what the President said and what he achieved. And I want to start with his first State of the Nation address in 2018. And I quote, he said the following: "This year, we will be initiating measures to set the country on a new path of growth, employment, and transformation. We will do this by getting social partners in our country to collaborate in building a social compact on which we will create drivers of economic recovery. At the center of our national agenda in 2018, it is the creation of jobs, especially for the youth." Close quote. But what is the reality? If we, for instance, go and look at the growth rate under the leadership of the President in 2018, in his first year, it decreased from 1.1% the previous year to 0.8%. In 2019, before COVID, it was 0.113%. And therefore, under his leadership and what he said, does not compare on the promises he made. If we go and look at the unemployment rate, in 2018, when he became the president, that 2018 year, under his leadership, the narrow definition was 27.1% and the broad definition 37%. At the moment, the narrow definition is 34.9% and the broader definition 46.6%. Now the president came forward and he said, and I quote, "We all know that government doesn't create jobs. Businesses create jobs." Close quote. Honourable President, yes, you're quite right. We all know that government does not create jobs. We knew it all the time. The question is, why do you say this now at this moment? You had 4 years to look at this situation. And yes, in today's weekly newsletter, you said that since '94, the ANC had a mixed economy. And quite a lot of people get excited when they heard what you said. And they see it as a second new dawn. What they don't realize, they're still actually in the dark of the first dawn of 2018. And I want to say here today, Honourable President, you said this and you quoted this to use as blame shifting. The ANC government failed the people and especially the young people as far as employment is concerned. The unemployment rate amongst the youth is, and we talk about between 18 and 24 years, is about 63%. You failed them. And now you want to use this phrase as blame shifting to say, no, it's not the problem of the government. It's not because of the government, it's because of private business. If we also look what the president said, he said that he's going to establish a task team to look at the red tape. Honourable President, in 2020, you already said that. In fact, you said with the flick of the finger, you can register your company. And I can assure you, with the pandemic in 2020, many fingers had flicked to register their companies to get hold of the money with black economic empowerment and to steal the money meant for the people. That is what happened. And you don't need, of course you have to look at red tape, but if you ensure that there is good governance, then you will promote 70% of more, faster, and more willingness from the private sector to invest in South Africa. If you're in business, you have to register your employees. You go to Home Affairs now. You will stand for hours in the queues to ensure that your people get registered, to get an ID. If you improve governance, it will become better. If you go to look to your license officers, if you improve governance, you will see that there's an improvement. You also say local is lekker. Yes, of course, local is lekker. But, Honourable President, if you're so serious about local is lekker, why don't you accept a policy in your government that ministers and other officials only drive in local manufactured vehicles? If you're so serious about local is lekker, why don't you adapt and ensure that there's a policy when it comes to local government that they can only do business in their municipality and ensure that they enhance and promote the local businesses in their municipal areas. That is local is lekker. I also want to say, Honourable President, if local is lekker, why do you import Cuban engineers for millions of rand to come and do the job? But the problem is that they are not even qualified according to our standards. There are many engineers in South Africa, South African citizens, who are unemployed. In fact, many of them came forward with the ESCOM problem and said, we will work for free. We want to do it for South Africa. But you importing Cuban engineers who is not actually qualified. If local is lekker, why, for instance, then, that you take 50 million rand of taxpayers' money and you pay it for food security to Cuba? It is said that about 40% of people in South Africa is actually without food to ensure that they get a decent meal. If you're serious, start with your own people. The Freedom Front Plus will only accept that you are serious when it comes to economic reform if you amend labor legislation to ensure that unions have less power. We will only accept that if you come forward and you say you stop black economic empowerment. We will only accept if you come forward and you say you stop affirmative action. Ek wil nog 'n aanhaling maak. In 2018 sê die agbare president die volgende. Hy sê, ek wil dit nou mooi in Afrikaans sê. Ons bou 'n land waarin 'n persoon se vooruitsigte bepaal word deur sy eie inisiatief en harde werk en nie deur sy velkleur, geboorteplek, geslag, taal of inkomste van hulle ouers nie. Sluit die aanhaling. Dis wat die agbare president in 2018 sê. Maar hy gaan voort met regstellende aksie. Sy minister van hoër onderwys kom en hy wil nie eers Afrikaans as 'n inheemse taal erken nie. Maar die president het gesê almal is gelyk. Daar is nou wysigingswetsontwerpe op die tafel waar die taalbeleid van skole op die einde van die dag vir 'n finale besluit gaan berus, nie by die minister of die LER nie, by die departementshoofde in provinsies. Daar is nuwe wysigings wat selfs bepaal wat is die toelatingsbeleid vir ons skole. Ek wil vandag vir die agbare president sê, u is deel van 'n aanslag op Afrikaans. U woorde in 2018 was hol woorde. Laat ek vinnig sê in terme van die polisie en die onluste wat plaasgevind het in KwaZulu-Natal. Agbare president, die verslag sê u en die kabinet moet verantwoording neem. U moet persoonlik alleen verantwoording neem. En die rede is, in 2018 was daar die Mufamadi verslag op u tafel oor die wanorde, die korrupsie in die staatsveiligheidsagentskap. So in 2018 you already knew about the corruption in the State Security Agency. And what did you do? You did nothing. Now you first had to wait that 336 people get killed in, well, whether it was an insurrection and whether it was a riot, we still don't know. But then you started to act. If you acted in 2018, you could have prevented. Chairperson, I want also to say, I can't understand that the President says that he wants to curb violent crime in South Africa. But under his leadership, the budget for the police in 2017 or 2018, 2019 was 6% of the total budget. It has decreased now to 5% of the total budget. So you cut the budget of police, but you expect them to ensure and to fight crime. That is actions like that, where you judge the president and you ask yourself, Is he really serious? You talk about gender-based violence. You've signed 3 pieces of legislation. Honourable President, the basis of gender-based violence lies with the police stations. Where a woman goes to a police station, whether there are 10 pieces of legislation, it depends on what is happening in that police station. And you will have to come down to ground level to ensure that you effectively fight gender-based violence. Honourable President, as I already said, in 2018, the headlines on the newspapers was Ramaphoria. Again, there is such a move. It is now Ramaphoria Part 2. But I want to say to you, it is going to be Rama disaster. And the only way to save South Africa is that the people vote the ANC out in 2024 and a new government exists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Honorable G. Mikalakis.
Honourable Chairperson, the President tells us in his SONA address that there has been great progress in turning around law enforcement bodies. But even with the most rose-tinted spectacles available, this cannot be seen to be true. The President told us last year that critical leadership positions would be filled with capable, experienced and trustworthy professionals. The President acts surprised when he tells us that the revelations from the Zondo Commission of Inquiry have laid bare the extent of state capture and related corruption, and the fact that the criminal justice system has been compromised and weakened. But, Chairperson, the vast majority of this evidence was available in the public domain long before the Zondo Commission was set up. It's the very fact that this information was in the public domain that led to the Zondo Commission being set up in the first place. So this evidence or information is nothing new. Investigative journalists and public interest organizations warned us of these activities long before anyone else. Copious and detailed evidence and documentation was published by Amabungane, the Scorpio, and Daily Maverick, revealing the extent of the corruption and malaise of the upper echelons of the ANC long before the Commission was even dreamt of. During this time, President Ramaphosa was the Deputy President of South Africa, gaily chairing the Cadre Deployment Committee, enabling state capture by deploying those very cadres who have been implicated in the Zondo Commission. Those very cadres who hollowed out and decimated the criminal justice system by design. It is this committee that deployed the likes of Similane, Jiba, and the hapless Sean Abrams. It is this committee that deployed the likes of Arthur Fraser to the head of correctional services, despite his dismal and dishonest term of office at the State Security Agency. The President promises us, last SONA, no less, that the establishment of a national anti-corruption advisory council, supposedly a multi-sectoral body that would oversee the initial implementation of the strategy and the establishment and independence of an independent statutory anti-corruption body that reports to Parliament, was imminent. Well, that did not happen. Applications were invited late last year with no discernible progress having been made. There is no credible information available to suggest that the Council has been formed or even will be formed in a foreseeable future. Despite the appointment of a very small handful of apparently capable, experienced and trustworthy professionals at the NPA, we've seen not even one successful prosecution of a high-profile corruption, money laundering and racketeering case, despite the smorgasbord of choice to pick from. Not one. The NPA is so damaged, so hollowed out, and so rudderless that no discernible progress has been reported in the past 3 years. The revelations of the Zondo Commission will produce a deluge of serious, high-profile and complex cases requiring prosecution. But thanks again to the deployment policies of the committee chaired by the President, no one can likely look forward to prosecutions following this regard anytime soon. And the ones suffering the most are the poor and the most vulnerable. Furthermore, the budget of the NPA and the police have been reduced yet again, making it impossible for them to deliver successfully complex investigations or to appoint any resources, human or otherwise, required to successfully prosecute these cases. Neither institution has the budget to procure the forensic or cyber forensic skills required to prosecute successfully. It's simply not going to happen. The President tells us he will present a plan of action in response to the recommendations made by the Zondo Commission by June 2022 and present it to this Parliament. June, honourable members. The only logical reason for this long delay must be found in the fact that the President wants to be elected as the leader of the ANC at the end of the year. Enabling the relevant authorities to put a large number of his comrades in jail will not enhance his chances, and so, true to form, he's kicking the can down the road. The President stated that he has set up mechanisms to monitor implementation of the recommendations made by the SIU in relation to corruption and fraud in the COVID-19 PPE-related contracts. Yet the SIU has largely not been paid the outstanding fees for such investigations, making this difficult and eventually impossible for it to continue to function optimally. By design, of course. The President tells us that he is expecting the investigating directorate of the NPA to deliver on its mandate. A new head of the directorate will be appointed following the departure of Advocate Cronje. It's almost 3 years into the 5-year lifespan and has not made one arrest. It has not taken one accused to court. And there is no reason to believe that this will be done so in the future. The President tells us that he will encourage engagement with the judiciary for the creation of a special courts role for state capture and corruption cases. The court rolls are already overloaded. The case backlog continues to grow on a daily basis. How is this ever going to be achieved? And even if it does, all the rape cases and murder cases of ordinary South Africans will just become part of a growing backlog and further delay justice so that we can first deal with those who abused their powers whilst the ANC was in government. Chairperson, the Democratic Alliance has, in cooperation with Accountability Now, drafted a private member's bill that will be placed before Parliament to establish an anti-corruption commission that will satisfy the strict requirements for independence as set out in the Glenister judgments, and that will enable the successful investigation and speedy prosecution of complex and high-profile corruption and state capture cases, and that will deliver tangible results proving that crime does not pay. If the President is truly serious about dealing with corruption and turning the criminal justice system around, then he and his cabinet will support this legislation. This will be his last opportunity to fulfill a promise of any nature. Chairperson, the ancient founders of the idea of democracy believed that there are 3 principles that a democratic government must always obey. Always govern according to the law, always govern in the best interest of the people, and always remember that your power will come to an end. I fear for your part that that day has come, and the Democratic Alliance and many others on these benches stand ready to take hands and build this country on these principles and those principles of our Constitution. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is going to be Honorable J.S. Mananiso.
Thank you, House Chair. I would like to start with Mr. Malema. Mr. Malema, you know the fruits of this liberation of the ANC very well. So you come here and grandstand as if you didn't benefit. You know them very well. You are the beneficiary of this liberation of the ANC. And we are not surprised, some of us, because we think you are the only president that is good. And let me tell you today, the very same community that you are speaking on behalf, they still believe that they want to be Tumamena, they still want to be activists. Honorable Chairperson, members of the EFF, let me tell you today, those who want to be Tumat, they have gathered at War School today to say no to racism. Honorable Oosthuizen, you must go and attend to your people at Yangfelun that today it's never the same like before. And you still say Black Lives Matters. So you must go and attend to your people. Honorable members, fellow South Africans, today we are not about what the president could have said as challenges, but our issues is to say that what needs to be done. I'm not surprised that Groenewald didn't speak about, Honorable Groenewald didn't speak about NSFAS, because of he is not poor. He doesn't know anything about being poor. So we're going to speak to our young people and beneficiaries that today NSFAS is better than yesterday. I'm telling them today as beneficiaries that they must know that systems that are in place today, it is because of effortless strength, potential, and human capability that we have in that board, that today the system it's easily accessed and they can use it as it when they want to. As this parliament, as this sixth administration, we have ensured that everything that our beneficiaries were crying about in terms of your appeals, in terms of waiting list and waiting for long period, or in terms of knowing their status, is being dealt with. As we speak, when you apply, you are able to follow through into the system in terms of where is your status quo. And one can tell you that the system has been improved and more needs to be done. Honorable members, let me tell you, education is a constitutional right, which individuals, groups, and institutions must never deny anyone of having. The ANC government is committed to ensure that fee-free education policy position is realized. Honorable Chair, and no one is left behind. Some of us were listening to the President when we say that we need to take everyone along. And in this year, 2022, we're going to ensure that we take everyone along. Your mandatory address is for those who understand that as citizens of South Africa, they have rights and responsibilities as stipulated in our Constitution, and they must play their part. Fellow South Africans, let me tell you about how the system has been improved. Today, nobody has to prove that he or she is a beneficiary of SASSA. The system can just speak to each other. Home Affairs, DSD, and SARS. So the system is better than yesterday. This has demonstrated that as the ANC, we are committed to ensure that everyone has access to these higher learning institutions. Today, the doors of learning and culture have been opened for the children, boys, girls, youth, women, people with disability, people with albinism, and people with LGBTIQ plus society. And one can tell you, President, that all of us, we agree that accessibility starts with information. So we have actually done that as members of parliament through our PCOs as the ANC to ensure that we take this NSFAS to the people. People have registered prior, and even during the extension, they had time to actually apply. So this year, we have been promised by the DG that no one is going to be left behind. The majority of students in higher education are women, and one can tell that there's paradigm shift. Most of the time, we knew that people would only ascend to those levels where our counterparts. But today, one can confirm that women are ascending to the foyer. Education is an apex priority of the ANC, but the proof lies in our allocation and commitment of funds for quality free education. In this space, we have emphasized issues of tirisano mmogo. President Ubule about social compact, and we would want to call to every stakeholders in this institution, your learners, your SRC, your management, your securities to work together to ensure that there's stability. President, South Africa deserves the best. We need the well-skilled human capital that is fit for purpose, because some of our institutional systems are failed by officials who do not have the prerequisite capability to implement our plans, and this impede to our service delivery. I think that's what you said last week, to say that there's a challenge, and you admit it. And one want to say to you that heads must roll, there must be consequence management. Honorable Chairperson, Public Administration Management Act, it is clear in terms of Public Financial Management Act. Code of ethics, what needs to be done by who in terms of planning, controlling, and managing public funds for efficient and effective service delivery. Alan Soseka, what am I saying? Because the only president for you is Julius Malema. Fellow South Africans, South Africa is in a creative thinking and capable officials to create a better life for all, which will be achieved by effective, efficient, and economic service delivery by everybody. The SKA is one of the best space infrastructure that the country has ever produced, and mostly done by capable human capital that we have in the department. President, I must tell you, during our oversight, again, some of the political parties like your EFF, they don't attend oversight. We went to an oversight where we touched and felt what is it that is done on science, innovation, and technology. And let me tell you, as South Africans, we are in a better space. Better space in a sense that some of you have just forgotten that we are the ones who have identified the variants. And the very same scientists, they were the ones at the forefront in terms of ensuring that we come with mitigation factors. Honorable President, we should repeatedly enable our science and innovation agencies to access to self-government institutions. This thing that our institutions can only be accessed by private partners. And while we have the CSIR that is capable, it is totally wrong. We must make sure those who are science and technology and innovation space, they are able to create opportunities within their spaces. There should be preferred service providers to stimulate local innovation development for commercialized growth. Okay, thank you. Today it's better than yesterday.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is going to be virtual, and is Honorable B.H. Olomisa. Honorable Olomisa.
Person, Mr. President and honorable members. The President, the United Democratic Movement thanks you for heeding our call to have the corruption at PIC investigated. One would, however, like to know when the monies are going to be recouped as recommended by Judge Party Commission. The evidence leaders and forensic auditors who assisted the commission could assist SIU and NPA. This could also apply to Zondo Commission. We submit that such a process would speed up the prosecution. There is no need to start from scratch. Also, the money that was invested abroad by Harris Tsepo Mhlwele and Jabu Muleketi's company could be traced with the assistance of organizations like FBI. Without preempting the final outcome of the Zondo Commission, the same goes for the monies that as were confirmed at the Zondo Commission and Party Commission as well. That is the VPS, SSA, and Bosasa scandals were diverted to your party's coffers. When will that money be returned to the fiscus to fix roads and many other infrastructure and other projects? Makusetshenzwe ngoku, i-evidence ikhona, you have nothing to lose. Fakuswas. I was fortunate to work with you and others at the time when we labored towards the new South Africa. In the end, we succeeded in bringing about a new dispensation. There was and still is a legitimate expectation from South Africans, especially blacks, that they would in the end reap the rewards from the sweat and tears they shed. Progress, yes, was made in certain areas. It meant that we enjoyed political freedom. However, the fervoots of this world must be laughing as the erstwhile liberators have transformed into power and money-hungry hyenas who have ravaged the public purse, bankrupting the country. The other issue we are asking you to look at, Mr. President, is provident funds of mine workers and other private companies. What hurts is when the so-called hardline socialists through unions using investment companies and provident funds access workers' monies to lavishly line their pockets, own pockets, whilst workers and their families languish in poverty. They die paupers and their families are left to rot. In July 2021 mayhem that broke out in Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal exposed the weaknesses in the state of readiness of our law enforcement agencies. The other weakness it exposed is that the current model of civil oversight is not working. Law enforcement and military professionals must head these institutions, and civilian oversight can rest with the office of the minister and in parliament. Mazikume nge-operation ethi mongameli. Malibuye ilizwe lethu emaseleni malibuye. Regarding the consensus on the economy, Mr. President, the UDM believes you are wasting your time with NETLEC. As it is constituted since 1994 by its act, it has been a failure. The tensions that have existed has deterred progress for years. If you want tangible change, the answer, as the UDM has been advocating for some time, is hosting an economic indaba on the same scale as CODESA. Piecemeal conferences and summits will not do the job. It needs a concerted effort with all stakeholders gathering under one roof to hammer out South Africa's economic policies. The economic indaba should emerge with consensus, after which its decisions should directly go to Parliament for ratification and implementation. In this concerted manner, we are more likely to achieve policy certainty that will in turn ensure economic transformation and inclusive growth. Bambalamasela icho uNPA wabambe asijikile indlela zisebenzi ngapha emakhaya yabo Coffee Bay ubangachona ngapha nakule lento lemvula ibisanda bakhona sawuke sithini kanti ufuna sithini sinicenge sithini opposition parties kuyafuneka ke ziphunga ikofi sikhangela uba the tripartite alliance ifeli.
The time is up.
Sikwazi uba ngo-2024 size nenye alliance strong. Basiphuthele ixesha aba bantu.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is going to be Honorable Viz Zungula.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. President, in your last SONA, we have basically thrown in the towel and given up on the state governing the country. We have effectively privatized the country. Our SOEs are effectively privatized. The functions of ministries and departments have been handed over to the private sector. You have commissions of inquiries, panels, advisors, task teams for work that should be done by the government. You analyze the country's problems. You speak as if you are an economist or an analyst. You lack decisive leadership to resolve the country's problems, yet you want people to have confidence in your leadership. You have centralized power in the presidency. However, there is no tangible results from your centralization. You have even privatized investigations and the prosecution of crimes. This is an admission that you don't have confidence in your own government and your own self as president. You speak about providing land available for private investors, yet you said nothing about providing land for the dispossessed majority of our people who need land. You deliberately destroy SOEs so you can sell them to your friends at a very cheap price. In fact, you are building your own private business empire, because after you are done with this side gig of yours of being president of the country, you will go back to business and enjoy the wealth you have accumulated whilst being the president. You say you are a governing party, kodwa niphethwe. NGOs are governing you. Even with the appointment of the Chief Justice, you want to ignore the recommendations of the political parties and the JSC and appoint a Helen Suzman and a freedom under law preferred candidate. You speak about critical skills for skills we supposedly do not have as a country. You even prioritize e-visas. You have no plan on training and capacitating South Africans to have these skills. Basically, you want South Africans to be always dependent on external skills. You have destroyed the textile industry, which created a lot of jobs for citizens. By opening up the country for cheap products from China, you are basically doing the same thing now by destroying the local job market. Syndicates have destroyed the rail system, which services millions of workers. When confronted with the same problem in Kenya, President Kenyatta showed decisive leadership by banning the sale of scrap metals, where in South Africa, awenzi fuck all. You said nothing about the hate crimes against black people in Phoenix and Gqeberha. The events of Gqeberha in Phoenix show the extent of the national security crisis we are in, yet awenzi kwanto. The country is a human trafficking, drug trafficking, forced prosecution capital in the continent, and this does not bother you. A true leader, a true president would have built capacity and confidence in the state and its institutions. A true leader would have listened to the cries of poor citizens who want to be prioritized in their own country. Instead, when you want to open up the country more and displace more citizens from the economy, a true leader would have prioritized youth unemployment and found sustainable ways to empower young people. Instead, your silence on youth issues has condemned young people to hopelessness. A true leader would have a drive to reopen all of the factories across the country and revive the manufacturing, and South Africa becomes a self-sustainable country. A true leader would have prioritized the reducing of the high unemployment levels in our country through fundamental and systematic changes to our economy by nationalizing the Reserve Bank, land expropriation without compensation, and the local production of basic goods. A true leader would have issued an executive order that more than 50% of the government budget must be spent on SMMEs, as they are known to be the biggest creators of jobs, but you don't do that. Last Thursday, you practically begged parties in parliament to relieve you from this position because you don't have confidence in yourself and your government. Sizohlangana kwi vote of no confidence.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is going to be Honorable S. Mahube.
Chairperson, perhaps one of the greatest tragedies of South Africa's maturing democracy is its lame duck national legislature. Parliament as an institution has been systemically hollowed out long before a fire gutted its roof. We have members of Parliament who neither appreciate nor understand the gravity of the oath that they took. For decades, Parliament has effectively failed to truly represent the people of South Africa who have sent us here. And so on Thursday, while the President spoke at length about the country's biggest challenges, it became apparent that Parliament has become a lapdog and not a watchdog on behalf of the people of South Africa. In a functional parliamentary democracy, members of the executive would know that this institution is designed to hold them accountable and not shield them from scrutiny. However, it is a known and fast becoming accepted fact that the ANC will use majority in this House to block measures to hold ministers to account and attempts to make this House effective. It suits an ineffective and corrupt government to have a legislature that is a mere extension of itself and not the institution to which they account. If one reads the State Capture Commission reports, you soon realize that Parliament has aided and abetted the theft of public money through its inaction. In fact, there should have never been a reason for a commission of inquiry had we had a functioning Parliament. However, committees which were empowered to demand answers from the executive and begin the work of rooting out the tentacles of corruption in our country sat idly while state looters ran amok. While the rules of Parliament empower us to subpoena witnesses, make recommendations, change budgets, this House did nothing. It became a do-nothing Parliament, a place where inept and unsuitable ministers and heads of state could find refuge and not answer for their failures. The same thing became evident at the height of COVID-19 pandemic, where billions were looted and this House once again did nothing. In fact, it was the DA that called for the very first debate of public importance on the state of readiness of South Africa and our health system before the first cases were detected. We did so because we understood the assignment. We did so because we understood the gravity of the work that is being done here. While in the throes of the worst pandemic in recent history, key members of the ANC saw it as an opportunity to steal and rob us blind, many of who sit here today expecting to be called honorable members when in fact there's very little honorable about them. When the former Minister of Health, Dr. Mkhize, was allegedly part of the 150 million rand cash heist meant for the people of South Africa, we made calls to summon him before the Health Committee, and those efforts were blocked by ANC members of Parliament. The National Legislature's role is not only to consider reports on the theft of public money, but we have to in fact use the mechanisms available to us to prevent corruption from happening. In a country that has one of the highest unemployment rates, where 7 out of 10 young people are unemployed and cannot find work, this House should be doing better. It is telling to us that Parliament has never once amended or sent back a budget. Malunga eParlamente umsebenzi wethu ukuthini xa singenoqinisekisa into yoba imithetho exalushwa apha yaseMzantsi Afrika ixhasa abo basonyuleyo. Kutheni singenokwazi ubeka ezepolitiki bucala xa kumele sisebenzele abantu beli? Ingaba la malunga aliseParlamente azilibele na uba bazothini okanye bazokwenza ntoni na apha? Ukuba benizimisela ukusebenzela abantu beli ngeba zange kwabiwa imali ngendlela yabiwa ngayo under state capture okanye COVID corruption. But it does not have to be this way. It truly does not have to be this way. We can revive the powers of this House. There are only 4 things that Parliament is empowered to do. The one is to elect a president. It is to pass legislation. It is to hold the executive to account and become a platform for public debate. This House continues to fail on most of these things because of the ANC. We urgently need to change the culture of doing business in Parliament, and we can do so by doing the following thing. we can begin to get back to work and get back to work in earnest. If we expect South Africans to go back to work, we must go back to work. We need to uphold the doctrine of separation of powers. Members of Parliament are not elected to be relegated praise singers for members of the executive. We are a legislative arm and we must act like it. Parliamentary questions are not an exercise in mindless verbosity by some members of the executive. We must pose questions that are uncomfortable without the ANC pledging their support put to Luthuli House by shielding ministers to account. Parliament should be intolerant of ministers like Begitsele, ministers like Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma and Pravin Gordhan, who are serial offenders of unanswered parliamentary questions. This House, honourable members, is not a place of comfort where your mediocrity can find a home. Committees and Parliament should be the engine room for passing quality legislation and demanding more from ministers. We should follow international best practice and elect opposition chairpersons. If we are to rescue South Africa and change lives, then we need to get Parliament working again. We cannot come here every single year and listen to the same State of the Nation address while Parliament is in disarray. It is deeply unfortunate that the President's commitment to fighting corruption on Thursday is virtually meaningless. Instead of removing implicated ministers like Kumbutso Njaveni, Zizi Kodwa, Gwede Mantashe, he opts to create a parallel cabinet of advisors and chairs of many a task team. What is very clear, members, is that ours is a president incapable of making difficult but necessary decisions. He is incapable of putting country before party, and that is why we need a strong legislature now more than ever. While the compromise will be accepted and promoted under the Ramaphosa administration, that kind of behavior cannot be tolerated in this House. We are accountable to the people of South Africa. Ours is a service to country first. We need to take that responsibility seriously. And this service goes far beyond party lines. It's time to get to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll call upon the Deputy Minister of Finance, David Masombo.
Minister Ngunguvele, Honorable Ngunguvele, I'm going to defy your advice. I'm not going to follow your advice, which is that I must not be diverted. I'm going to be diverted. I'm going to divert a little bit, particularly on the distortion and falsification of what the President of the Republic said on the relationship between the state and business. The point here is that the ANC seeks to build a developmental state. And the developmental state is not meant to obliterate the private sector. That's the first thing we need to accept. Instead, it is meant to work with the private sector in order to drive the process of development. It's about catching up. It's about catching up with the developed world. And all late developers, South Korea, including the US, they always face about 5 obstacles for them to carry out development. The first one is the market, access to the market. And the way those developmental states, those states work, they work with the private sector, either to protect their own markets or to enter other global markets. Number 2, in the process of doing that, the private sector invests and it creates jobs. Number 2, the second obstacle is finance, which private sector may not sufficiently provide finance for the new entrants into the market. And it's for that reason that the state works with the private sector in order to enable the private sector to invest and grow and develop our economy. The third obstacle is also technology. The state works with the private sector in order to assist the private sector to embark on technology, because it's through that technology that they can also become globally competitive. Skills, it's another area. And lastly, network industries, particularly SOEs, which provide services insofar as these issues are concerned. And the way we differ with other parties who have become self-appointed spokesperson of the president is that we don't believe that the market itself on its own can solve the problems of underdevelopment, but it's a combination of the state and working with the market to basically realize that. And precisely because we are dealing with the legacy of settler colonialism, the state has to assist the historically excluded to also participate in business through different interventions in that regard. Failure to do so, failure to implement BEE affirmative action will be nothing else but to protect colonially accumulated privileges. And the only way that we will achieve a fundamental shift in our growth trajectory is by transforming the structure of the economy. Operation Vulindlela was established as a joint initiative of the Presidency and National Treasury in October 2020 in pursuit of this imperative. Its aim is to support departments and entities to accelerate the implementation of reforms that will unlock growth and create jobs. There's intensive work underway across government on this reform agenda, which has already shown significant progress. Each of the commitments which the President made in the 2021 SONA has been met. The President committed to raising the licensing threshold for self-energy generation to unlock new capacity. In June last year, we raised the threshold from 1 megawatt to 100 megawatts. The President said we should complete digital migration by the end of March 2020 and proceed with the auction of high-demand spectrum. We are on track on this milestone. The President committed to revive the blue drop, green drop, no drop monitoring system to improve the quality of our water supply. The system has been reinstated. And the first reports will be published in the next month. The President spoke about repositioning the ports of Durban and Ngqura, shifting freight cargo from road to rail. Transnet will have partnerships in place at both airports in October this year. Our government will soon take the first steps towards enabling the third-party access to the freight rail network. The President said we should roll out an e-visa system to grow the tourism industry. The e-visa is now live for 14 countries. These are concrete examples of progress of a government that is following through on its commitment. Anyone who claims that the reform agenda is not moving clearly is not paying attention. It's important to reflect on why we are implementing these reforms and what difference they will make to the lives of all South Africans. In the next few years, energy reforms will mean that there is competition in electricity generation with adequate supply to meet demand. This will end load shedding. The independent grid operator will buy electricity at the lowest price from Eskom and private generators. In the next few years to come, a world-class freight logistics would have been established. This will mean more jobs in export industries to support our companies that are exporting. It will also mean lower costs for all the goods that we buy and less congestion on our highways. The release of the spectrum will obviously reduce data costs, increase broadband speed and quality, and expand network reach across the country, including deep rural areas. Stronger institutions in the water sector will mean better maintenance of our water infrastructure, fewer disruption to water supply, and long-term water security in the face of climate change. The reforms to the visa system will ensure that we get access, skills, as well as resources that our economy needs while protecting and increasing employment of South Africans, especially in low-skilled and semi-skilled work. Access to productive assets such as land and housing enable the poor to engage in productive economic activities. And again, this is where we paid company with some of our colleagues here that we don't believe in growth first and it will naturally trickle down. We believe in growth with redistribution, because the two must take place simultaneously. Honorable Chairperson, title deeds will enable the asset owners to secure access to finance for other productive activities. This year, the government will be prioritizing the issuing of title deeds for subsidized housing as part of the key reforms to release economic growth with redistribution. The housing subsidy program is one of the most direct redistributive programs, transferring assets from the state to low-income households. However, the potential of many of these properties is not realized because of a complex and inaccessible system of issuing title deeds. As part of our structural reform agenda, we have established an interdepartmental task team to expedite the issuing of title deeds for subsidized housing and clear the current backlog. We are also implementing several reforms this year that will unlock new investment in infrastructure by the private sector. The process to amend Regulation 28 of the Pension Fund Act to enable retirement funds to invest in infrastructure has been completed, and the Minister of Finance will gazette the amended regulation later this month. These amendments introduce more effective maximum limits for the trustees of retirement funds to invest for the long term in various forms of infrastructure projects. The National Treasury has completed a review of the private-public partnership PPP regulatory framework to improve the pace at which PPP's projects are planned and to address regulatory challenges. This will allow greater private sector participation and crowd in high levels of investment. Our reform agenda is at the heart of a new consensus, a consensus that pairs structural reforms with expanded social protection and redistribution to confront the challenges we face. Through this new consensus, we will build a dynamic economy and a society in which all can live with dignity. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Order, honorable members. We will now have a comfort break for 30 minutes, and refreshments for members will be served at the following venues: David Bloomberg reception area, which is located at the back of the chamber. David Bloomberg reception area, which is located at the back of the chamber. The Robin Room on the second floor. The cigar room, which is also on the second floor. Members will be ushered to these venues by parliamentary staff, and bells will be rung 10 minutes before the resumption of the debate, which debate will be chaired by the Deputy Speaker. The House is now adjourned for 30 minutes.
Recording stopped.
Honor.
What to press here? Honorable Deputy Speaker, the honorable members, the Honorable Selo Julius Malema, whose unfortunately is out at the present moment. But they will tell him that on the 10th of December, the Honorable Julius Malema met the National Commissioner of the South African Police in the college in Pretoria. There where it was hashed that I must meet Therefore, I'm not surprised that he comes here. He changed the cabinet that he does not have. The Honorable Malema,
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, order. Let's listen to the minister. Some of you have a chance later. Order.
The Honorable Malema will have to wait, win election, have a cabinet and appoint the cabinet. And don't appoint the cabinet of other presidents. So we'll have to wait. Maybe the time will come. I'm not going to go back on the 10th of December 2020, where there was a meeting between yourself and the National Commissioner, and the plan and the plot was hashed that I must be chased. So I'm not surprised that today this is happening. But as a leader of the opposition party, he has all the right to make the suggestion. But what I don't like, I don't want to be patronized. If you don't want me as a minister, say so. Don't put me in other places, because it's not your job, it's not your duty to do so. So don't patronize me. Tell me to go, but the president appoints at the present moment. The Speaker, Chairperson of the National Council, His Excellency the President.
Honorable members, we do want people to listen to you when you speak. Just remember that.
Deputy Ministers, honorable members, good afternoon, Sanbonan.
Yes, honorable Minister, please, a moment. Yes, what's your question, honorable member? What are you raising on, rather? Honorable members, I do plead with you that we are better off being quiet and listening to the speaker on the floor. I'm pleading with you. So let's do that.
I'm raising one point of order.
Yes, what's the point of order, honorable member?
The minister, when he was speaking here, he cast aspersion on Honorable Malema, the commander-in-chief, to say that he met the commissioner of police to plot for his removal. He can't make such an allegation because it will appear as truth if it's not substantiated. He must withdraw that. You know that if you want to make an allegation against a member, you must put a substantiated motion, and he has not done so. So he must withdraw that. It's not a debate issue. Yeah. He is stating it as fact, and because he's a minister, it will appear as if it's truthful that there is a plot to remove him. He must, of course, be removed because he's useless. But it can't make it as if there was a plot with the commissioner of the police. That is the point of order we're raising.
Okay. Honorable Chivambo, You raise a point of order and you yourself break rules of order. Please, I have to consider that. I can't take your ruling the way you do. I will make a decision on that. Let's proceed.
Thank you very much.
Honorable members, sorry, Honorable Kale. Honorable Khadebe.
By saying that the Honorable Minister is useless. That's an offensive language according to Rule 4P.
Yeah. No, I pointed out he's breaking the rules of order. I said I will attend to that, both of them. Yeah. Go ahead, Honorable Minister.
Thank you.
Can we allow the debate to proceed? Yes, what are you raising on, Honorable Member?
No, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I want him to repeat this 10th December outside where there is no parliamentary privilege.
Okay.
So that I can take him on. I've never met anyone on the 10th of December. If he's truthful about it, let him repeat it outside.
All right. Proceed, Honorable Member. That's not a point of order.
I'll repeat that on Friday at 12. When I give the crime stats, I'll repeat that. So you better listen to those. Chairperson, Deputy Speaker, honorable members, allow me to anchor this debate by bringing in the wisdom of the father of the democracy, His Excellency, the late President Nelson Mandela, where he says, I quote, "Safety and security don't just happen. They are the results of the collective consensus and public investment." He further goes on to say, "We owe our children, the most vulnerable citizens in our society, a life free of violence and fear," end quote. During the State of the Nation address last week, Thursday, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa emphasized greatly on the fundamental importance of the integrated and progressive approach to effective and efficient governance and the notion of collective consensus and public investment on matters of the safety and security of country. President addressed elevated economic revolution and safety and security as a supporting twin pillars towards rebuilding the state and restoring trust and pride in the public institution. Key to this is an aggressive approach to economic reconstruction and recovery plan that will address challenges birthed by catastrophic COVID-19 pandemic and other related challenges of deep poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Deputy Speaker and honorable members, in order to achieve and the plans outside in the zona, our state of safety and security must equal to the task. In this regard, we therefore recommit to reposition our strategic focus of our safety and security machinery to respond directly to the country's priorities and furthermore create a safety and conducive environment in which private sector can invest and unleash the dynamism of the economy. Deputy Speaker, allow me to reiterate and reaffirm our strong position as a security cluster without fear or contradiction that there is no threat to the stability of the country. I repeat, there is no threat in the stability of the country. Yes, there will be elements that here and there will be time of limping, but overall, the country is in safe hands. The President stood here on the nation last week telling us about the damning blows recently suffered by the country. Could they have been prevented? Some of them. Could they have been worse? Certainly. Could those tasked with safeguarding this country done better? Oh, of course, yes and no. Before we can fully appreciate how we got here, let us look back where it started. Systematic and deliberate erosion of the country's security apparatus over the years last brought us to this point. Mopping out a mess that deliberately created to weaken the country's security agencies and law enforcement will take some time to clean up, but rest assured, the work started and the work will be done. The criminals who were hell-bent on seeing this country go under during July attempted insurrection failed. Some of them, 19 of them, they are arrested. They failed because the police acted and did that they could in the most difficult and trying times. Our security cluster is functional. This is why prisons are full as we speak. That's why people are sent to prison for a very long time. And all those people that are 25% overpopulated in prison do not go there on their will or on toy. They are sent there by these structures. It is though the work of the capable law enforcement officers that investigations were thorough, cases were represented in court, and prosecution took place to ensure lengthy sentences. Honorable Deputy Speaker, since April until now, before the year ends, 196 GBVH accused have been handed down 272 life sentences. That is less than a year. Through the work of the SEPS FCS unit investigating crime against women and children, in KZN, a suspect was arrested recently for allegedly raping 23 women after being linked through DNA evidence collection. The alleged serial rapist was caught after using one of the victim's cell phones. He is appearing in court as we speak today. In Limpopo, one serial rapist was arrested for raping 16 women. He has been caught and is in court as we continue. Honorable members, our state of policing will be specialized and refocused. Going forward, we have shifted gears in taking down organized criminal syndicates trying to run and parallel government. A national extortion team will be established and rolled out to the 9 provinces that will focus on extortion and economic. Construction sites and business premises. We are also decisively dealing with kidnapping syndicates through specialized teams, especially in Gauteng where this is prevalent. The Extortion Steering Committee based in the Western Cape is investigating robberies discussed as the protection phase or radical economic so-called transformation to extortionist. We know this crime is a motive for the series multiple shootings in areas such as Kaelisha and Kukuletu. Investigations of the root cause of the multiple murders also assist in cracking some of these murder cases. This committee will add on the focused and coordinated response specialized multidisciplinary unit announced by the President here on this platform. Chairperson, Deputy Speaker, anti-gang units have been established in Western Cape, Eastern Cape, and Gauteng. These units will enhance and reinforce in the 3 provinces, and drug units will also be strengthened. The SEPS has also established specialized units to deal with the organized crimes in KZN, Eastern Cape, Gauteng, and KwaZulu-Natal. The Gauteng and Western Cape provinces boast fully functional murder and robbery units. Organized crime investigation units are tackling murder and robberies as well as taxi violence in KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, and Gauteng. Another area of focus is political killing. The work of the KZN task team on political killing speaks for itself. From its establishment in 2018 to date, this team of detectives has made 289 arrests political related. I want to make this point because the previous member from the IFP said this violence is in the ruling party. No, it's not true. It's not correct. I briefed you a few days that a person that was killed in Newcastle the suspect is a member of the IFP. So we shouldn't come here and play holy. And it's a problem across the board, especially 3 political parties that have problem on those things. It's NFP, it's ANC, and IFP. Honorable members, the IS Prosecutorial Investigation Network, this task team will be extended to have a national footprint for the political killing. So we're extending this team because we can see that these political killing are expanded. There are new 2 provinces where it's becoming prevalent, which is Eastern Cape and Mpumalanga. Following the negative impact COVID-19 has had.
You have a minute, Minister. You have a minute.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I did not waste my time, Honorable Julius. I had to teach and tell people the truth rather than what you have said. It's important that they know what you did in December 10. But besides that, in the big countries like China, most of the political leadership there, they start from administration. They start by running CEOs and they come to politics. So it can't be right to say if you're from administration, you can't go to politics. At least it makes you balance better to understand both worlds. So that's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Bibi Nodada. Yes.
Deputy Speaker,
yes, sir.
We have a problem, and when we call point of orders on time, you don't recognize. So I wanted to call a point of order on the distortion that the Honourable Minister said. The concrete suggestion that the Commander-in-Chief made is not back to administration. Is that you must be Minister of the military.
Honourable Member, that's not a point of order.
So put things properly. Don't mislead the country. Don't mislead the country.
Honourable members.
And you have messed up the police. It's a fact. We're not scared to say that.
Mike, that's not a point of order. You are politicking. That's not a point of order. Go ahead, Honourable Nodada.
Sekala somlomo malunga bekekileyo fellow South Africans ndiyanibulisa ngale njikalanga molweni. Mr. President, there's a glaring omission to your SONA on Thursday evening. An omission which underpins our epidemic of unemployment. An omission which is key to the future success of our country. An omission which signals that this government does not see it for the crisis that it is. And that omission is the state of our education system. Mr. President, a country that does not adequately invest in its youth through quality education confines generations to a lifetime of poverty and unemployment. Terrible damage has been inflicted on our children's education through the disruptions in the past 2 years. Children in rural township schools have lost between 50 and 75% of their learning and teaching time. Rotational schooling mostly affected the most porous and most vulnerable of schools. Despite the Ministerial Advisory Committee in July last year already saying abandon rotational schooling, it took the DA's urgent application to court for you to finally end rotational schooling. What is more concerning is that a grade 3 learner in June this year will only know what a grade 2 learner knew in 2019. This is terrifying because before the state of disaster, only 1 in 5 of our grade 4 children could read for meaning. And yet, little urgency or any mention of education. Even to date, the Eastern Cape has not delivered textbooks to schools, yet they expect learners to catch up. Ominously, the 2021 medium-term expenditure framework contains no budget allocation for the systematic catch-up plan. Therefore, the DA wants you to prioritize the curriculum catch-up plan. At a minimum, this should include an additional budget for the prioritization of reading, writing, language. Consult with stakeholders on the potential of extending the school day when needed, beneficial, and practical, considering learner transport and school nutrition. Provide a funded extra lessons curriculum for them to cover the curriculum gaps through absorbing graduates and retired teachers. A catch-up plan is crucial, Mr. President, because it is the only way to produce the skills you desperately talk about. However, we must ensure that we don't leave learners behind, especially dropouts. Mr. President, we have 3.3 million not in employment, education, or training. And with those 3.3 million not in education, employment, or skills training, the Free State Department always gets matric results of over 86%. However, there's 43% of learners leaving the schooling system, which gives an illusion that there's a high pass rate. Dropouts mean that learners then end up joining the 7 in every 10 young people that are unemployed. This is why we need a learner tracking, tracing, and retention mechanism working alongside the Department of Social Development. Mr. President, dropouts are closely related to poor quality teaching. One of the key things in producing quality results is quality teaching that plays a significant role in the success of our learners. Many teachers, in fact, cannot pass the very same tests that they set in the subjects that they teach. I went to Fairvale Technical High School, where learners are forced to change their technical stream in matric because there were no teachers between grade 10 and grade 11. That is why you need to fill the over 24,000 vacancies in education to get out quality education for our learners. Furthermore, we need to raise the required teacher competencies to further monitor quality teaching. In the DA-led Western Cape, we have established an independent school evaluation authority to measure and support quality teaching so that learners get the best and they can produce the best. On Thursday, Mr. President, you further promised to build additional schools. However, poor quality infrastructure in schools remain a reality. How are you going to build more schools when there's still over 2,000 pit toilets that you promised to remove in 2020 already? Furthermore, schools' infrastructures have not escaped the corruption and mismanagement by implementing agents and your very own cadres. For example, Collingwood Primary that I visited in KwaZulu-Natal has a construction site that has been there for 5 years despite a tender being awarded and the money being paid out. Last week, a matric learner in Gelixdal Secondary School in Ekurhuleni died being electrocuted by a dilapidated school building. Over 7,200 schools still don't have adequate infrastructure in schools. And more so than anything, there are targets for syndicates and vandalism. And Minister Cele comes and stands up here, but he does not even respond to the cases in schools, but it was all fun and games when he was chasing people at the beach. How do we know that the special vague purpose vehicle you mentioned to deliver school infrastructure will actually happen? Well, beyond this, there are still more challenges that are experienced in the education system. There is a bill that is going to come to this House that seeks to further cripple the education system. The proposal in the bill will remove the powers of school governing bodies in deciding their admission and language policies. By robbing governing bodies of these powers, the Department of Education plans to centralize control over public schools, not in the hands of communities and parents that know what's best for their children, but in ANC cadres like MEC Lusufi, who's got a vendetta against home languages. This move is a direct attack on SGBs and mother tongue education. The DA will do everything in its power to stop this bill that is continuously fighting home languages. Mr. President,
a minute.
A country...
Honorable Notada, you have a minute.
I can see that. Mr. President, a country that does not develop its youth has no future. When replying on Wednesday, please, as a matter of urgency, provide a budget for the catch-up plan. Secondly, ensure that Minister Mochecha, Minister Zulu, and Minister Nzimande, if they're still there, obviously, to come up with a plan to track, trace, and retain learners. hold accountable those that are implicated in corruption and mismanagement, and investigate the non-delivery by implementing agents to ensure that we eradicate pit toilets not in 2030, this year, Mr. President. Mongameli, in order for you to fight poverty, inequality, and not lead young people down a rabbit hole of unemployment, quality education must be at the center of your government's reforms. Remember that many young people being poor have only their dreams. They have spread their dreams beneath your feet. Tread carefully, because you tread on their dreams by ignoring this crisis. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable B.N. Heron, and this is the member's first speech in Parliament.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's an honor to make my maiden speech in response to the State of the Nation address. Deputy Speaker, the most precious commodity in South Africa right now is hope. The loss of belief in ourselves, in our country, and our leadership has steadily eroded the hope and the confidence that we had 28 years ago when we started our democratic journey. When people lose hope in an environment of impunity, it creates fertile ground for criminality, for arson, for insurrection, and for the collapse of service delivery. When people lose hope, potential investors look elsewhere. Businesses become more risk-averse and shed jobs. The privileged move their assets offshore, and the economy remains stuck. When people lose hope, it really doesn't matter what the President said in his State of the Nation address. They will say they've heard it all before, and the reality of their lives has barely improved. Deputy Speaker, we established Good 3 years ago to fight for spatial, social, economic, and environmental justice because people are yearning for better. They yearn for fairness, for justice, and for competent management. We say that there is still room for lots of optimism in South Africa, but it is entirely dependent on leadership of integrity, properly managed implementation, and real accountability. Deputy Speaker, unemployment is our greatest crisis. As things stand, millions of young South Africans face a lifetime of joblessness. The President correctly identified small and micro enterprises as the low-hanging fruit to create more jobs. A World Bank analysis recently found that if South Africa was to match the self-employment rate of our peer countries, we could potentially halve unemployment. We must tackle red tape. But, Deputy Speaker, it is not the panacea for our problems on its own. The Western Cape has had a red tape reduction unit since 2011, and we've seen no meaningful or differential improvement in the number of small businesses here in this province. The greatest barrier, Deputy Speaker, to self-employment and growth in the number of small businesses is not red tape, but access to finance. Self-employment and micro-enterprises need proper state support in the form of access to finance, and we need the highly risk-averse financial services sector to come on board. The President's bounce-back financial scheme appears to be for the benefit of existing small businesses. If we are to grow new small businesses, self-employment, and potentially halve unemployment, we need a robust and an accessible financial support scheme for startups and micro-enterprises. Deputy Speaker, we welcome the extension of the Social Relief of Distress Grant. It is a nudge in the right direction. But Section 27 of our Constitution creates the right to social security for people who are unable to support themselves. It is time to implement the basic income grant or guarantee. We have a legal and a moral obligation to do so. The President appeared to make access to social security a secondary right to basic services, but that is not the constitutional test. We agree that we must continue to provide basic services, but we must ask ourselves, what is the most basic need of a human being? It is food and water. How does an adult without any access to income meet those most basic needs? The constitutional test is within our available resources. The previous finance minister committed to implementing zero-based budgeting. If we pursue zero-based budgeting, we will find excess and waste, and we will find that the basic income grant can be achieved within our available resources when it is prioritized.
You've got a
Finally,
minute. Got a minute.
Thank you. Finally, Deputy Speaker, the greatest weakness of the President's speech was its failure to wholesomely address one of our country's greatest weaknesses, the culture of impunity. The President would have sent a strong signal about ending the culture of impunity and tackling criminality and corruption had he announced that the prosecuting authority would be strengthened with the financial resources and the skills urgently needed to bring about swift justice. The volume and complexity of the criminal cases is overwhelming. As the President said, the SIU report alone has referred 386 cases to the prosecuting authority for prosecution. Without the resources and the skills, the NPA will never prosecute the volume of these cases with their complexity in our lifetimes. And without those prosecutions, our hope will erode further and the culture of impunity will become entrenched. I thank you.
You, Honorable Milham.
Deputy Speaker, Mr. President, if you're around, fellow South Africans. As has become the norm at SONA, Mr. President, you said many of the right things, but then your government consistently fails to follow up with concomitant action. Take electricity generation, for example. It's no secret that Eskom's energy availability factor is at a record low and continues to decline, making rolling blackouts ever more likely. 2021 saw more hours of load shedding than any year previously, despite 15 years of this government allegedly addressing the problem. And in spite of its non-delivery, Eskom has the temerity to demand a 20.5% increase. The draft amendments to the Electricity Regulation Act to provide for a national transmission company are a step in the right direction, but they don't go nearly far enough to ensure that this entity is truly independent, run by experts rather than politically deployed cadres, and that it fosters competition both in the public and private sector. In this regard, Mr. President, I refer you to the DA's EMO Private Members Bill, which the ANC rejected with contempt 2 years ago. You spoke, sir, of the pipeline of projects to install new generation capacity. Now, that's a very welcome development. But that pipeline made no mention of new nuclear, which Minister Mantashe is pursuing aggressively. Mr. President, let me be blunt. South Africa cannot afford a nuclear new build at this time, nor can we wait 15 years for that plant to provide power to the grid. Another glaring omission in your pipeline announcement is that of new coal bulls, which is hardly surprising given the lack of investor appetite for such developments and the disasters that were Medupi and Kusile. The pipeline also indicated 800 megawatts of electricity coming from the Risk Mitigation Independent Power Producers Procurement Program, which was supposed to provide 2,000 megawatts. Does that mean that the irrational and questionable decision to award 1,200 megawatts of electricity generation to car power ships is now off the table? Our Ministry of Energy is headed by a self-confessed fossil fuel dinosaur. We have no energy policy to speak of, basing what passes for strategic planning in the department on the 1998 White Paper on Energy, a document that is so outdated it might as well be written on papyrus. The National Energy Act of 2008 mandates the development and annual review of an integrated energy plan to provide a roadmap of the future energy landscape for South Africa and to guide future energy infrastructure and policy development.
Honorable member on the podium, please hold on. Someone is raising his hand there. What are you raising on, honorable member?
Yeah, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I'm rising on Joint Rule 14P. The member has just used an offensive language by calling a minister a dinosaur.
Calling a minister what?
A dinosaur. An animal. You call a minister an animal.
Okay, all right. Okay, I'll attend to it. Go ahead, Honorable Myla.
A draft IEP was gazetted in 2016, but apart from that, this government has failed spectacularly to secure our future energy requirements. The 2019 Integrated Resource Plan is already outdated, and there appears to be no impetus to review the assumptions and models contained therein. Mr. President, Minister Mantashe is often at odds with your vision for South Africa's energy sector. Consider, for example, your announcement at COP26 of $8.5 billion in international funding to secure a just energy transition and accelerate decarbonization. Just days later, old King Cole himself was at pains to claim that it was unfair to expect South Africa to move away from coal and called on African nations to urgently form a united front to resist global pressure to rapidly abandon fossil fuels. Last week, the largest fuel refinery in South Africa, SAPREF, announced it was ceasing production. That brings to 4 the number of South African refineries that have closed down in the last 2 years. And the vaunted Saudi Aramco refinery is a complete non-starter. Much of the blame for this can be laid directly at the feet of government, who have dithered over clean fuel standards and made it increasingly untenable for multinationals to operate in our country. Who wants to invest in a country where policy certainty is little more than meaningless words? In the meantime, fuel prices have risen by more than 50% in little more than a year. As we become increasingly dependent on imported refined fuels, it is absolutely vital that a comprehensive review of our fuel pricing model be undertaken, and in particular, the impact of fuel taxes and levies be considered. Just last week, the city of Tshwane started cutting power at government departments and businesses who were in arrears on their electricity accounts, and it resulted in quick payments in most cases. Perhaps we should cut the lights at the Department of Energy and NERSA and make ministers and directors general pay for their own fuel. It may be the only way to get the message across of the horrendous impact rising electricity and fuel costs have on citizens, businesses, and both producer and consumer inflation. Where the DA governs, we have taken proactive steps to keep the lights on and businesses operating. The City of Cape Town will in the next few weeks open tenders for independent power producers to supply it with electricity. The Western Cape Provincial Government has established the Municipal Energy Resilience Program to assist municipalities to become less reliant on Eskom. Smaller municipalities like Drakenstein are innovating to generate their own electricity. In Drakenstein's case, through using a water-driven pump-as-turbine system. Mr. President, it is past time to reimagine South Africa's energy supply chain. Even Andre de Ruyter acknowledged this week the need for a greater role for market forces and the impact onerous procurement processes and regulatory requirements have on inhibiting investment in the energy sector. One such example is the ludicrous 35% localization requirement in the Renewable Energy Independent Power Producers Procurement Program imposed by the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, and which hinders our ability to build an affordable generation capacity. As we build towards a decarbonized energy future, we need to remove the handbrakes that are hindering our development. Chief among these are a coal fundamentalist minister and a bloated, dysfunctional and overly bureaucratic department. We need to incentivize investment in energy efficiency and make it easier for businesses and consumers to generate their own electricity. We need to invest in a smart transmission grid and build transmission capacity to areas such as the Northern and Eastern Cape, where renewable energy can be generated. We need to radically overhaul the regulatory environment and make it easier for municipalities to become self-sufficient. Mr. President, South Africa is at a tipping point in terms of its energy future. The opportunity to put South Africa at the forefront of the green economy is now. Don't blow it.
Thank you. I'm advised that I must, and correctly, and it's me who's deciding that members, that clock there in front of you works. I know in the house, even when it is right next to you here, you forget to look at it. So generally, it looks like it's a better way than reminding you unless you want to. Yes. Go ahead, Honorable the Premier of the Free State.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable President Ntate Ramaphosa Laolisio, Honorable Deputy President David Mabuza, Honorable Members of Parliament and NCOP, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. There is no doubt that all South Africans, even 18 million people living in our rural areas, have been the hardest hit by COVID-19. There is no doubt. Livelihoods have been disrupted, jobs lost, businesses closed, poverty increased, and healthcare system strained. There is no doubt about that. As we speak, things are far from normal. The future is uncertain and we remain vulnerable. But we are beginning to reclaim our lives back. As we begin to do so, high on the ANC transformation agenda is the reconstruction and recovering of our economy. We want to unleash the potential of rural areas as places of growth, hope, and success. This will require that we confront the injustices of land ownership and underdevelopment, cheap labor, and broken families in our rural areas. Development in rural areas is about people taking full control of their. Importantly, it is about connecting our rural areas with urban areas for mutual and integrated socio-economic development. The development success of rural areas depends on the socio-economic well-being of particularly young people and women. Those are the most vulnerable, demoralized, and victimized. Bacha libomme. The Honorable Speaker, the National Development Plan is given practical meaning through the Economic Restructuring and Recovery Plan. This is the common program to rebuild our economy through aggressive investment in infrastructure, as the President pointed out in the State of the Nation address. As you said during the 2021 Sustainable Infrastructure Development Symposium for South Africa, Mr. President, the time is now to bridge the urban area divided through investment in infrastructure. And true to this call, the makeover of our rural areas is underway. The Free State is working together with Infrastructure South Africa and other spheres of government to unlock their economic potential. We have started in the Free State. People of the Free State awaited the full benefits of projects such as the Durban Free State Gauteng corridor and the Orange Reed Canal that are important for the achievement of the plan. Once completed, people, towns, and rural areas will be connected and equally have access to water. Through the Access Road Program, the government in the province has upgraded roads in 10 of our rural towns at a cost of 64 million rand in the past financial year. As a result of this program, 775 jobs were created in some of the following rural areas: Cornelia, Edenville, Springfontein, Memel, Arlington, Warden, Clocoland, and Dwelling. The provincial government has set aside special funds for the township revitalization programs to pave internal roads. Roads in areas of Botshabelo, Zastron, Allen Ridge, Frankfurt, Koppies, Villiers, Clarence, Polru, and Friede are being paved, and 237 jobs have been created as a result. The agricultural sector in our province remains one of the key drivers and contributor to the growth of our provincial economy. 115 million rand was allocated for the maintenance of our gravel roads, and almost 5,000 jobs were created. Honorable Speaker, the ANC takes pride in the comprehensive rural development program to develop and ensure sustainable rural areas. Specific intervention as part of this program includes distribution of 30% of the agricultural land, enforcing food security, creating business opportunities, and empowering the most needy. Under this program, we have created farmer support production unit in Khulukweng, Tabanchu, Springfontein, Wesselsbron, Zastron, and Kronstadt. Whether they like it or not, not only did these jobs create much needed job opportunities, we also ensured food security, but also brought hope of a better future to many of the households living in these areas. We have also established 2 agri-villages at Diatalawa and Velemina. Of course, we are aware of the challenges confronting these 2 agri-villages, and we are working closely with beneficiaries who are mostly women to address them. And dipolasi tsena tse re ba fileng tsona ho na le bana ba ntseng ba ya ho bona ba batla ho bankela ke bona bana le ba tseba he lona. The government places a great value in the empowerment of women in rural areas. We want to see them as forces of change and champions of their own destiny. Abafazi nabatsha bethu. 173 women owned businesses attended the empowerment workshop conducted jointly with the presidency and SEDA as part of the 40% public procurement program. Most impressive is that women-owned businesses in the Free State are benefiting from over 90 million worth of infrastructure projects, and of course black women and black youth yibo bazabenefita lapho. Labor-intensive job creation programs such as expanded public program and community work program have been able to provide 47,398 job opportunities. What is pleasing is that 75.6% of women, 32% of youth, and of course 0.8% of people with disabilities were the beneficiaries of these programs. Alongside these programs,
is the revitalization of industrial parks in our rural areas of Putadichaba, Butsabelo, and Tabanchu to put an end to the hardship experienced by many in these areas. In line with our investment promotion pipeline, the Maluta Pofung Special Economic Zone, of course, is planning to attract investors with an invest value of over 2.6 billion. Currently, 164 job opportunities have been created, but we are aware of the challenges of vandalism and electricity supply that are hampering potential investment. Vandalism is developing into a national crisis, and we need to confront this. And here, Ntate Malema, le comrades tsa rona tsa ANC and everybody ba safarileng for 350 years. Ke kopa re bo buisanang le batho ba bo rona hore please la re fapana ka dipolotiki molemong wa bona ba hlokomele hore ho ska ha vandalizewa, because se re se etsang ke hore batho ba habo rona ba thole mesebetsi. Le ha re ka ba ra arohana mara mona teng, we must fight together hore batho ba rona ba thole land, batho ba rona ba thole mesebetsi. Ke bona ba sotleileng ho feta mang kapa mang. We share the President's conviction of mining as a sunrise industry. The Free State is a great example of this. 6 companies are mining industrial mineral in Lejweli-Putswa, and 3 of them are mining coal in Sasolburg, Kopis, with a lifespan of almost 2 decades. Other mining initiatives by the province is the continuous provision of support of sandstone and sand mining businesses in our rural areas of Kwakwa, Forestburg, Senegal, Sasolburg, and Zastron. As a province, we are exploring energy and waste management opportunities with CSIR as part of the green economy initiatives. 20 businesses in Butsabelo are expected to benefit from this. Thanks to the President's National Investment Drive, Phase 2 of the Renegen Gas Project, with an invest value of over 700 million rand in the rural towns of Virginia, Tennessee, and Welcome, is on track. President, you have said it and it has happened, and it is on track. We wait in anticipation the completion of renewable energy project in the province. Apart from creating jobs, this investment will transform our rural areas into vibrant and attractive economic centers. Honorable Speaker, the ANC commits that the land shall be shared amongst those who work it remains true even today. Mona Harisa Bapala, we are now implementing. In the province, there are 4,872 land parcels valued at over 11 billion rands. They are there, they are with us. Jwale distributor, Bafa within these 2 years.
I'm going to give
As government, we took a decision that of this piece of land, 2,626 will be transferred to the rightful beneficiaries as part of our land reform efforts. Access to land and land ownership, it is important for agricultural development. On the 14th of January 2020, the integrated Friede Dairy Project was handed over to its 65 rightful beneficiaries. The project is now 51% owned by the Friede Integrated Farming Trust. It is now in their owners' hands. 49% to potential investors. We are still looking for potential investors. 49%. We have allocated 583 dairy animals and 9 horses to 2,094 hectares of land. We are encouraging and supporting women and young people and people with disabilities to become farmers in our rural areas. Everyone is welcomed. Kinako, jwale ya hore re bafe. We have made available about 100 million rand to develop on-farm infrastructure. That includes you, if I did thank you very much. Thank you.
Honorable Kause.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. Let me greet firstly the progressive leadership of the fastest growing political party on the African continent, led by Commander-in-Chief and President Julius Malema, Commissars. Deputy Speaker, in the summer of AD 64, ancient Rome was ravaged by the fire that lasted for 6 days, leaving about half a population homeless and destroying about 70% of the infrastructure of the ancient city. While this was happening, their ineffectual, visionless, detached, greedy, self-hating, murderous, and selfish Empire Nero was fiddling and playing violence, unbothered by the destruction that was befalling the people he was supposed to lead. Today, here in the Republic of South Africa, we have a 21st century version of Nero, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, a leader who simply has no appreciation of the gravity of the mess that he and his people are causing. Nowhere in this destruction more apparent than in the current status of municipalities. Today in South Africa, 24% of the municipalities in the country are considered completely dysfunctional. These are municipalities that have no technical capacity to maintain existing infrastructure or initiate new infrastructure development projects. They have no capacity to provide any basic service to the people and are merely instruments of the facilitation of looting by the ruling party and those who have captured them in business. 111 out of 278 municipalities in this country, there is no coherent plan for service delivery. There is no capacity to prepare even basic financial statement, leading to consistent negative findings by the Auditor General. The President only paid attention to the state of local government in his address to this House last week. He offered no solution about the need to restructure the nature of the funding of local government. Speaker, we all know that smaller rural municipalities have no other source of income other than what they get from the equitable share. This budget is so limited that after paying salaries, municipalities are left with absolutely zero. Municipalities such as Amahlati and Makana in the Eastern Cape have been consistently mismanaged for years. Today, Amahlati is unable to pay its workers at least until June this year. This is under the leadership of Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, who ascend to this podium from time to time and say, Tumamina. Deputy Speaker, you cannot continue blaming your one-sided notion of state capture for these failures. These failures lie squarely in your door, Mr. Ramaphosa. You have failed the people of Amahlati, as you have failed the vast majority of the people living in dysfunctional municipalities in South Africa. The country will not be able to be fixed by your grand hallucination about the capacity of private sector to deal with our developmental challenges. We need a strong, capable state with sufficient capacity to break the yoke of inertia that has engulfed all levels of government in this country. The president simply does not have the luxury to fiddle while the country burns. It ended badly for Nero, Mr. President. It will surely end very badly with you. Amongst your many failures, perhaps, your greatest crime is your lack of coherent, verifiable, and funded plan to deal with the scourge of gender-based violence. While we support the passing of the gender-based violence bills, we must surely acknowledge that the scourge of gender-based violence in this country is not a product of lack of legislation, but our country is engulfed in lawlessness, gender-based violence, because we do not have law enforcement agencies. Only a tiny fraction of reported GBV cases ever end up in successful prosecution. Thousands of cases never even get reported because women know that the police have no capacity or willingness to investigate such cases. The DNA laboratory, which is critical for the successful prosecution of rape cases, has completely collapsed under the leadership of Mr. Becky Cele, leading to the collapse of thousands of cases that depends on the DNA evidence in this country. The backlog in this forensic laboratory has catastrophic consequences for the victims of crime, particularly victims of violent crimes. While police fiddle, just like their political bosses, Mr. Becky Cele, crimes of sexual nature continues to rise in South Africa. Just between July and September last year, 9,556 women and girls were raped in this country. These, Mr. President, are statistics from your own Minister of Police, Mr. Becky Cele. This is a shame, therefore, that you cannot report an equal number of convictions for the same period. And I can tell you for free that more than 80% of those who perpetrated these crimes are not in jail today, but you still keep Mr. Becky Cele here as the minister. Why? Is it a friendship arrangement, Mr. President? Deputy Speaker, as we battle the pandemic of corona, we as women in this country must also battle with a pandemic that has no vaccine. Everywhere we go, we are always hunted. The gazing eye of South African men is forever fixed on their next victim. And they do this fully knowing that the state has got no capacity to catch them. In the Northern Cape, John Taolo District Municipality, the ANC appointed a speaker with multiple cases of sexual violence. Yet the ANC comes stand here, grandstand, making as if these things do not exist within their benches. They do. These are failures of the state, a state you are the president of. The buck stops with you, Mr. President. But you have never been interested in the actual work of governing. You are simply in love with the concept of being Mr. President and with the perks that comes with that position. On behalf of the millions of people forced to live in dysfunctional municipalities, people who do not have reliable water supply, people who do not have access to reliable public health care system, people who feel victimized when they go to police station to report the violation of their rights. I condemn you complicity in their crimes, sir. I condemn you for seeming lack of interest in the plight of the majority of women and children of this country. Mr. President, I condemn you for your lack of vision, for your complicity in the corruption of looting and that continues daily in this country. It happens right in your executive, right in your offices. Some ministers seated here today even front with their own families to go and loot at funerals. Mr. President, South Africa deserves better, and that better is not you. It is not the ANC. Together with the people you lead, who have enabled the destruction of our country, you deserve to be thrown into the dustbin of history, violently so, and the EFF is going to make sure that that happens. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Pasha. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me pass my greetings to the Honorable President, His Excellency President Ramaphosa, Excellency, the Deputy President, Mabuza, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome this opportunity to participate in this debate in response to the President's State of the Nation address as delivered on the 10th of February in this hall, in this historic place. In this historic address, in this venue, President Ramaphosa gave a very comprehensive account of the challenges which we are facing, especially in the last 2 years, but also provided solutions in terms of how we are dealing with those issues. As the President indicated, a major part of his presidency since the last elections in 2019, hardly 7 months after he took office, was the descent upon us of the COVID-19 pandemic. This pandemic, which we are now in the fourth wave, almost at the end of the fourth wave, has caused vast devastation, losses of lives. As we speak today, counting just under 97,000 South Africans who have lost their lives. And this is a very conservative estimate, as we know that there are many other South Africans who have passed away from this, from this pandemic who have not been tested. Now, clearly, in the last 2 years of his presidency, this has been the most dominant feature. And therefore, sometime when some of the critics analyze and criticize the president, they forget that, in fact, one of his major achievements is to stabilize the country in the midst of unprecedented pandemic and unforeseen, unknown in the last 100 years of the world. The last pandemic, anywhere closer to this, was the pandemic of, in the 1920s, 1919, 1920s, the Spanish flu. So in the last century, nothing equivalent to this has ever happened. Clearly, this pandemic, as we know, has caused a lot of devastation to the economy. As I've said, loss of lives across all walks of life. We know that even in this house, in both houses of parliament, we have lost colleagues, honorable members from all political parties, from professionals, academia, from leaders in the music and the arts and culture, in the sporting fraternity. And we may say that indeed, where we are now, there is no one, no family, no individuals who can say that this pandemic has not touched their lives. Before we started rolling out the vaccination program, we're also losing a lot of very valuable healthcare workers. Thanks to our ability to start the vaccination program, subsequent waves, especially in the third and fourth wave, fewer and fewer health workers have demised from this pandemic. And it is in these challenging times of the pandemic that we must acknowledge and commend the leadership of President Ramaphosa in guiding the country and the continent, but also taking the battle against COVID to the centers of the international arena. I would have been worried if, from what the leader of the opposition, Honorable Steenhuisen, was saying here, if indeed one would have assumed that he was speaking on behalf of the majority of South Africans, but we know that he wasn't. We know that majority of South Africans appreciate the leadership role of President Ramaphosa and his cabinet, assisted ably by the Deputy President, in guiding the country in the midst of unprecedented pandemic. On the national scale, the President had led the country through the Coronavirus Council and Cabinet, coordinating and implementing measures to contain the spread of this pandemic, in making sure that at the same time, whenever an opportunity arises, releasing funds and mobilizing funds, even internationally, to make sure that our economy can continue to survive and we can create jobs, save lives, but at the same time, save livelihoods whenever the opportunity arose. And in that regard, I want to say that it can only be the blind and the deaf who are not aware that up to even now, he is still doing a very sterling job in guiding the country in making sure that we navigate through this pandemic. Our health services have been able to withstand this unprecedented and overwhelming pandemic. And even as we went through all these waves, our services were never overrun. This is indeed a proof that even though our especially public services are under tremendous pressure as a result of the quadruple burden of disease, but our public health services have actually proven to be resilient. And to that we thank the thousands of healthcare workers, both in the public and the private, who have done very heroic duty in saving lives and making sure that, even though we regret the fact that we have lost almost 100,000 lives, but so many other lives have been saved. We are very grateful that in the process of doing this, we have strengthened our health capacity. Resources have been made available, as a result of which we have been able to employ more staff, acquire equipment such as ventilators, protective equipment, PPEs, consumables such as oxygen, pharmaceuticals, diagnostics, and at the later stage when vaccines became available, we have been able to make sure that these are available as a public good, not depending on whether you can afford or not. We must also acknowledge the President's initiative, as he mentioned in the State of the Nation, initiating the Solidarity Fund. Through this fund, we have also been able to benefit as the health sector to be more resilient, in that it was through this fund that we have been able to upgrade many of our health facilities. Also through this funding, acquire a number of other consumables and other diagnostics. And again, when the vaccination program was rolled out, it was the Solidarity Fund. And thanks to all those who contributed, I'm aware that even in this House, various parties made contribution, and also individual members, honorable members, made contribution. And we want to assure you that your contribution have been put to good use. We can attest to that, because at the time when the vaccines became available, it was the Solidarity Fund again which came forward to make sure that we could pay a deposit to COVAX so that we could get our first delivery of the vaccinations. Our cabinet, the President and his cabinet collective have also led in mobilizing society, because our approach has been that this pandemic cannot be won by government alone, but it must be won within government, but all of government, national, provincial, and local, but also all of society. As a result of this, assisted ably also by His Excellency Deputy President Mabuza, the President held various consultations on a regular basis with business, the religious leaders, traditional, and also political parties. And I'm sure even those who criticize him here, some few months ago, they were standing with him at the Union Building, actually appreciating the leadership of the President in leading the country. But when it suits them, they come and criticize the President. We appreciate the support and cooperation of all these role players, political parties and other civil society and business, for without them we would not have been able to sustain the battle against this pandemic. Even today, many South Africans are still looking forward to the family meetings to hear what is the message of the president. And through these actions, we have made sure that no one is left behind. Our scientists have also been a major pillar of strength in our fight against the COVID pandemic. Through various structures, through ministerial advisory committees of experts, we have been endowed with countless advices with very rich scientific basis. And that's why we've been able to navigate this pandemic. Again, when the vaccines came through, we are very endowed with a high intellect from the ministerial advisory committees on the vaccinations, and that's why we're able to determine what is the right thing to do at the right time, and that's why we've been able to withstand the pressure of this. It was through these top scientists which have enjoyed good support from government, and they were very confident because they knew also that they enjoy a hearing at the highest level, at the level of the president. It was through this that we were able to even guide the world, even when there were new variants, even though regrettably some of the misguided and uninformed leaders of the world reacted in a very unproductive manner, including recently when the Omicron variant was discovered, slapping us with travel bans. And we are pleased that many of them today, they acknowledge that indeed the kind of action which they took was uninformed and very counterproductive. We again appreciate the support we have received from the World Health Organization. Just a few days ago, 2 days ago, we're hosting over the last 4 days, the DG of the World Health Organization, who left our shores just 2 days ago. And in his visit to the country, which ended 2 days ago, Dr. Tedros, the DG, expressed appreciation of the efforts of the country and further pledged further support to our country, including in the initiatives which have already started, which are bearing fruit in the investment in having selected South Africa as one of the few hubs in the world to produce the mRNA vaccines, which are not only for COVID, but also are going to help us in finding vaccines for HIV, for malaria, for TB. So we're indeed very grateful for this relationship. We still enjoy the support of many experts from the WHO. In a few days' time, it will be exactly a year since the first dose of vaccination was administered here in Cape Town at the Khayelitsha District Hospital. The first recipient being a nurse, Zoliswa Giti Josi, and a few other health workers, before President Ramaphosa and the former Minister Mkhize would also join the queue to receive their first dose. In 2 days' time, we will be completing 12 months since that when we launched the Sisonke vaccination program. Now, this has grown in leaps and bounds, and as we speak now, by close of business yesterday, we have just administered over 30,559,431 vaccine doses in this country. And after a difficult period of firstly trying to find the vaccines, I must say even here, whether you like it or not, is a matter of fact that President Ramaphosa led from the front. When we were having difficulty finding vaccines, when many companies were becoming difficult in us accessing the vaccinations, President Ramaphosa did not say that's for the Ministry of Health to handle. He stepped forward, made sure that he puts pressure.
Honorable Minister, I'm afraid your time is up.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, I want to urge members of this House to join the President in making sure that we mobilize society for all of us to be vaccinated so that we can reclaim our lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Amanda. I'm right.
Honorable Atebe.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. I'm rising on Rule 14P, Joint Rule 14P, the use of the offensive language in this House. the use of the offensive language in this house. There are 3 times where the offensive language was used and then no ruling was done. A member was called useless, another was called an animal. The president was instigated that he must be violently removed as the president of the republic. I request that that be struck off the roll, off the record of parliament. Thank you, Chair.
Order, members. Allow me to have an opportunity to go through Hansard and then we'll make an appropriate ruling about the offensive language. Honorable Shivambo.
On a point of order, House Chair, it's basic practice and principle that you raise a point of order when you think a violation of the rules has just occurred. You do not do that as an afterthought like that member has done now. It's not done like that. That is not how Parliament works. So there is nothing that is going to be entertained that was not raised when the so-called violation happened. Because it's not in the rules. There's no such a provision in the rules of both the National Council of Provinces and the National Assembly that says that an afterthought, because I can come tomorrow and say that last week what he did was out of order. If he wants to lodge a complaint, he must write to the relevant committees instead of trying to shortcut us here. He had fallen asleep when members were speaking here. And there is nothing wrong by on saying that a member is useless. How else are we going to decide members of the executive if we cannot tell them that it's part of the language here? But also it's a figure of speech to say someone's a dinosaur. It's just basic English. Just, we must not be foolish here and raise frivolous point of order like that guy has been doing. He's abusing us and it's not necessary to entertain him. Please.
Honorable Shivambo, already I have made a ruling, so there's no point of order now. Let me invite Honorable Winfield.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable members, no nation can truly be free when organised criminals capture and control the state and the economy at the expense of hard-working, law-abiding citizens. No nation can truly prosper and unlock opportunities for all of its citizens when they live in fear, held captive by violent criminals who face little to no consequences for their criminal actions. And no nation can be at peace with itself when 56 people are brutally murdered and 105 people are violently raped every single day. You promised to halve violent crime in your term of office, but the truth, Mr. President, is that we are a nation at war. This is a war between the law-abiding constitutionalists who believe in the rule of law on the one hand and the criminal populists who would see the very institutions designed to uphold the rule of law burnt to the ground. This is a war you cannot win, Mr. President, while your minister is masquerading as a police commissioner. Mr. President, the panel of experts' report into the violent unrest which took place in July last year confirms what most South Africans have known for a very long time, and that is that there is a crisis within the South African Police Service and that your minister and your National Police Commissioner are at its centre. Leadership instability, corruption and political interference are deeply embedded in the senior management culture at SAPS, leading to low morale and low conviction rates. At the heart of the report's findings into SAPS is the collapse of crime intelligence. Among the myriad of issues facing this division, stretching back to the dark days of Richard Mdluli, is the fact that in the build-up to the July unrest, your minister refused in December 2020, perhaps it was the 10th of December 2020, we're not sure, to approve the Secret Service budget, only signing off on the Secret Service budget weeks after the violent unrest broke out in KZN and in Gauteng. Meanwhile, the National Police Commissioner has been playing musical chairs with former head of crime intelligence, General Jacobs, who was suspended and then brought back and then appointed to the head of the police inspectorate, far removed from the intelligence environment in which he is an expert. The report had the following to say about crime intelligence, and I quote, "There are good officers in this section in the police who are dedicated to their work. but they are frustrated by the instability at the top, including that introduced into police structures by the instability within the ruling party." End quote. The conclusion is clear. The ANC is directly responsible for the crisis within the South African Police Service and can therefore not be tasked with the responsibility to restore its credibility. Mr. President, if, however, you are indeed serious about rooting out the rot within the South African Police Service, I suggest you start at the festering wound that is the Central Firearms Registry. The assassination of Colonel Charles Kinnear, the release on parole of Colonel Christian Prinsloo, the removal of General Vieri and the suspicious redeployment of General Jacobs all have one thing in common: the criminal gun-running syndicate at the Central Firearms Registry. This is where you will find your smoking gun, Mr. President. This is the nexus of criminality and corruption within the SAPS, and this is what requires your immediate attention. While there have been some long, very long overdue improvements in the DNA forensics environment in relation to contract management and procurement of consumables, you are 100% wrong about the DNA backlog, Mr. President. The real DNA backlog remains far, far higher than the 58,000 case exhibits which you stood here and celebrated last week. Your figure only refers to the historical DNA backlog, which was ring-fenced in March 2021, while every day since that date, the new case exhibits have been accumulating at the labs, with the total backlog estimated to remain well over 200,000 case exhibits. In your speech, you promised 12,000 additional SAPS personnel, but continuous baseline reductions to the SAPS compensation budget makes this a pipe dream. The fact, Mr. President, is that since 2016 there has been a net reduction of more than 11,000 personnel, and SAPS is required to continue reducing personnel from 175,000 this financial year to 162,000 by 2024. 10 years ago, there were more than 200,000 SAPS personnel. Whichever way you look at it, Mr. President, the net result is less boots on the ground, not more. Mr. President, the leadership instability at the very top of SAPS needs your decisive action, not delayed tactics. While you have become trapped in a game of bad cop with the National Commissioner and the Minister, thousands of hard-working and dedicated good cops are suffering under the top-heavy SAPS management of generals and brigadiers, many of whom have been appointed way beyond their capability. Your commitment to make leadership changes within the SAPS is welcomed. But, Mr. President, what is wrong? You are the only one who has the power to remove the Minister and the National Police Commissioner. It is time to act. You have the power to fire them. It is time for bold new solutions to overhaul the SAPS with extreme urgency. The top-heavy centralized policing structure has proven to not be effective. It is time to explore how provinces and local governments can play a more active role in keeping our communities safe. The top-down model of policing in South Africa is broken, and more needs to be done to empower our local communities, local law enforcement and Metro Police to keep our communities safe. We can move SAPS into the 21st century, Mr. President, by introducing modern, cutting-edge training for our police officers, especially our detectives. By signing the nearly 10-year-old draft agreement between the FBI and SAPS to make use of their CODIS software to take our national DNA database to the next level. And by introducing a targeted program to recruit specialist skills from amongst the many, many former experienced police officers to bolster our priority crimes investigations. There is an abundance of solutions, Mr. President. You need look no further than the DA's Blue Book, of which you are familiar. But implementation begins and ends with leadership. It begins and it ends with you. The battle lines have been drawn in South Africa, and this year, Mr. President, the constitutionalists among us need to rise up together and fight to defend the rule of law against the criminal populists who seek to undermine it. You simply cannot build consensus with criminals, Mr. President. It's time to pick a side.
Thank you. I now invite Honorable Letsie.
House Chairperson, His Excellency Deputy President Mabuza, His Excellency President Ramaphosa, as the NC welcome the pace in which you have expanded the Presidential Youth Employment Program, which has supported over 850,000 young people, with over 60% of those being women. We welcome an increase which will rise above 1 million in the outer years. This is government taking the lead in creating work opportunities for the unemployed, particularly the youth. The Educators Assistance Program has not only assisted schools to continue with teaching and learning under the pandemic, but it has also given the youth the necessary workplace experience to develop various skills. In our oversight visits to schools principals had affirmed that without the educators' assistance, they will not have effectively and efficiently managed teaching and learning in the midst of the pandemic. Our feeder system for future teachers is certain with these interventions. The 10,000 youths to be recruited for digitization of Home Affairs will not only have a tremendous impact in resolving systematic weaknesses in the system, but it will also assist at least 10,000 families with food security. Honorable President, the Department of Health, Police, Higher Education, and various government entities also require digitization. We should consider expanding the digitization process across the state over the next years. The placement of 10,000 unemployed TVET graduates in workplaces is another major program which will upskill the graduate and create better opportunities for them. CETAs should develop ambitious targets working with the private sector to create 10,000 opportunities in each province. We also welcome the 50,000 work opportunities to be created, which will support productivity and participation of youth in different sectors such as early childhood development, agriculture, GBV, and other key areas. It is commendable that the SAYouth.mobi platform has 2.3 million young South Africans registered in it. What is of major achievement there is the fact that already 600,000 youth have been placed into employment opportunities. We encourage more young people to register on the platform. There are many low-hanging fruits in our communities which requires our youth to be drawn into resolving. Private investment must be able to double these programs to ensure we cover millions of these young people. House Chair, young people want to create their own economic opportunities and develop enterprises. Globally, small businesses have been major contributors of employment and economic growth. Young people in the ICT industry are frustrated because, as they say, we give ICT contracts to big foreign-owned businesses. They are asking our government to consider what they call open source options for them to do business here at home with their own government. The NYDA is one agency led and managed by 2 young females in the executive who have demonstrated their capability and brought about a significant impact for youth businesses. Their impact is inadequate, though, relative to the need of young people. Increasing the fiscal allocation for the NYDA will surely translate to an increased impact on unemployment. CEDA, NEF, IDC, the Land Bank, and private sector financing institutions should have a ring-fenced allocation to support small and medium enterprises owned by the youth, women, and people with disabilities. Investing in youth entrepreneurship guarantees a better productive future for the economy. This is so because young people generally are innovative and the lifespan of those youth in the economy is longer, unlike financing individuals in their twilight. A person who has never slept with a hungry stomach will not understand the impact of the 350 as outlined earlier by the Chief Whip. So we don't even want to go into that. We congratulate the matric class of 2021, encourage those who did not do well to go and rewrite. And speaking of matrics, John Vulligate, we encourage Brajon to contact the community education and training colleges and complete the Umalusi arrangement, meaning he must go and write his matric there. They come here and they tell us that where they govern, they govern better. Honorable members and the people of South Africa, I think it's high time we clarify this part. Colonialism and apartheid created two nations in one. And former President Thabo Mbeki described that South Africa is a country of two nations. The essence of that statement is the material reality of what the DA represents. The black people in the Western Cape do not live in the country that Honorable Steiners and Kamian spoke about. Where they live, where the services provided by the government is the total opposite of services provided in Khayelitsha, in Langa, in Mitchells Plain. Security here in the Western Cape is for those in leafy suburbs of Cape Town. Then we have Honorable Malema, who came here and grandstanding. He must first cross the Rubicon, which will remain in his imagination in order to appoint ministers, as that is the prerogative of the President of the Republic. Honorable Malema, you come here and tell us that the President has shown a motion of no confidence in young people in the ANC. How rich coming from you. In your own party, you remove and you put them back, others you just bring them as you please. Those ones are also young people whom we can name them for you, whom you have removed in that party of yours. Secondly, you contradict yourself on the role of the private sector as you advocate for government to support black business. What is black business? Black business is the private sector, which, by the way, as government, we are already supporting through the preferential procurement system. But at the same time, you argue that government should not create conditions for the private sector to increase investment. Then the ANC is not a statist organization, but we believe in a mixed economy which includes private-public partnership. In South Africa, the state plays a major role and continue to play a major role, hence the interventions that I've outlined are done by this government. Honorable Kwarube, clearly today you had missed it. We were debating SONA and not the functions of how Parliament works. But we understand, Honorable Kwarube, every time, people do that every time I so understand Honorable Zungula, I think it's important also to listen, but I think Honorable Zungula was not in the House when the President was giving SONA, and as a result, he may have missed, because we know him. Where he stays, he has a challenge of network. So he had logged in, but he had missed. The President had indicated on youth development, my brother. I know you said he did not, but he had indicated, and that is why NYDA was funded with 1 billion in the previous financial year, and we are arguing that it must be increased moving forward. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
The next speaker is Honorable Dutoit.
Achtbare voorsitter, meneer die president, achtbare lede, gevleelde woorde en krokodiltrane en baie beloftes, dit was kenmerke van vanjaar se staatsrede. Maar kwellende kwessies soos plaasaanvalle, die afskaffing van swart ekonomiese bemagtiging en regstellende aksie was weer eens nie aangespreek nie. The fact that you, Mr. President, acknowledge in your address that you and the Cabinet take overall responsibility for the recent events that took place in July 2021 illustrate that reference being made to the so-called kingpin and his mafiosi. It's not far from the truth. Impugana Hitlasha. You mentioned that the report of civil unrest released by the expert panel indicated that if the violence exposed anything, it was poverty and inequality is the root of the desperation of the people in the country. It's true. People are desperate in the country as a result of this, but that was not the cause of the unrest. Honorable President, what did the report also state that you didn't share with the public? The report stated that according to the Minister of Police, that, and I'm quoting, "the planned violence was intended to make the country ungovernable." Close quote. President, you yourself in your initial address to the nation described the events as an attempted insurrection. In the report, Sashria said that the political environment which prevails, especially within the ranks of the ruling party, has become a source of instability and should be remedied. Civil organizations stress that the culture of violence and criminality within the ruling party was having a negative impact on communities and must be brought under control. And then the representative of think tanks said it had clearly organized, and the main culprits were not the dwellers of the informal settlements or the ordinary residents in communities, but rather politically motivated criminal and opportunistic groups that drove this. Even the veterans of the security services were of the view that the 2021 violent events were indicative of a spectacular government failure. Die vraag is nou, met die dat u en die kabinet verantwoordelikheid vir hierdie tragedie aanvaar het, met die wete dat ANC-lede deel van die aanhitsing tot geweld en terrorisme uitgemaak het, wat gaan u doen? Aanvaar u ook aanspreeklikheid vir die dood van die 354 persone? Aanvaar julle ook verantwoordelikheid vir die werkloosheid van miljoene Suid-Afrikaners as gevolg daarvan? Aanvaar julle as 'n kollektief verantwoordelikheid vir miljarde rande se verlies aan infrastruktuur wat beskadig is gedurende hierdie onrus? Meneer die president, of aanvaar u die gevolge sonder om verantwoordelikheid daarvoor te neem? The president indicated that the agricultural sector is crucial to food security in the country. It's true. Maar kry die boere werklik regeringshulp? Indien wel, watter boere kry regeringshulp? Is dit weer selektief? Waar is die droogtehulp wat in 2020 aangekondig is? Daar is geen hulpverlening vir die boere wat duisende varke verloor het met die onlangse varkgriep wat uitgebreek het in die land nie. Wat van hulpverlening met die sprinkaanpla, die brande, die vloede? Ons sien niks daarvan nie. Nee, meneer Ramaphosa, u fokus eerder op 'n dagazol. U fokus eerder daarop om geld uit te deel vir daggaplase wat glad nie voedselsekerheid in hierdie land verseker nie. Crime is rampant, Mr. President. Steeds kondig u as president aan dat u eerder 'n spesiale ondersoekeenheid wil aanstel om na beskadigde kritiese infrastruktuur om te sien as plaasmoorde. U sê ook dat die burgers moet omsien na hierdie kritiese infrastruktuur, so asof u vooruit kan sien dat daardie spesiale eenheid nie suksesvol gaan wees in die mandaat wat dit opgelê is nie. Ons hoop hierdie eenheid slaan toe op syndikaate in dorpe soos Kettlingrivier, JB Marks, Ditchabotla en Rustenburg wat weekliks getuister word. Dankie aan die GPF's, dankie aan die plaas- en buurtwagte wat ons oppas. Omsien na ons veiligheid. Ons sal self met trots onsself teen hierdie aanvalle van marteling beskerm, maar dit is duidelik dat dit nie op die president se prioriteitslys is nie. Meneer Ramaphosa, u draai uw kop weg as ons die bloedbelope bewyse voor u neersit van plaasaanvalle wat steeds vandag in hierdie land plaasvind. Hoeveel paas, kinders en vroue moet verkrag en vermoor word in hierdie land voordat u gaan toetree? U kyk steeds weg, meneer die president. U is doof vir die angskrete van kinders en vroue wat skree tydens hierdie aanvalle. Wula setsebe, houtla, banabakala, sotsi wabulala. U sal moet rekenskap gee, meneer die president, soos wat ons opgestaan het en gebou het na die verskroeide aardebeleid, soos wat ons die afgelope 28 jaar bou, aanpas, bydra tot hierdie ekonomie, so sal ons aanhou bydra en floreer. Die erwe van ons vadere sal vir ons kinders erwe bly. Ons mag nie toelaat dat hierdie rowersbende ons onderkry nie. Ons sal aanhou om huis en hart binne die raamwerk van die wet te beskerm. Suid-Afrika hou moed, moet die moed laat toesa. Ek sluit af met 2 Konings 6 vers 16, maar hy antwoord, vrees nie, want die wat vir ons is meer,
Time up.
die wat by hulle is. Dankie.
I'll now invite the Honorable Minister of Employment and Labour, Honorable Lindy.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair, His Excellency, the Honorable President of the Republic, Honorable Deputy President, the Honorable Members of Parliament, and ladies and gentlemen. As government, we have been very consistent in our fight against unemployment, poverty, and inequality. We continue to resist any attempts to defocus us. We are steadfast and resolute in our fight of unemployment, inequality, and the eradication of poverty in our lifetime. As President stated, government will continue to focus on the efforts to create the conducive environment for investment and growth, as well as intervening directly to mitigate the effects of unemployment, of inequality and poverty through the social protection mechanisms, as well as the direct intervention in the labor market. Through the CCMA and the Productivity South Africa, we continue to save companies in distress, which is assisting in retaining existing jobs and preventing the bloodbath of the retrenchments. Productivity South Africa Business Turnaround and Recovery Program has enhanced the capacity of 191 small businesses at the cost of 100 million rands, saving approximately 10 million jobs. The presidential employment stimulus, which has, as it has been indicated, placed more than 800,000 over the 2 years young people through the meaningful jobs in the public sector, in health, in education, in social development, is the testimony to our efforts of job creation. The project is growing additional funding which will be allocated. Remember, COVID tears was critical in mitigating the effects of the lockdown during the pandemic. Over 60 billion was dispersed to over 5 million laid-off workers, supporting them, their families, and communities across the country. This was the state, not the private sector. We, however, recognize that we cannot do this as government alone. Thus, we are working with other social partners to realize our goals of building a stronger social compact and create and retain the jobs. That is why the President has emphasized the largest percentage of jobs is from the private sector. You can't run away from that. But he did not discount the public employment initiatives, the public sector which is employing up more than 1 million people, the jobs which are in the SOEs, which are giving us the millions of those jobs. All what the President was saying is that all sectors of our society have a role to play. Hence, he spoke of the national consensus. The fact is that we must all build a non-racial, non-sexist, united, democratic, and a prosperous South Africa. It is in building that prosperous South Africa for all where also business comes in. This is witnessed in the parastatals where government contracts for infrastructure are shared with the private sector. That's creating millions of jobs, whether you're talking about building the bridges, roads, paving them, and all other labor-intensive methodologies. The EPWP, the CWP, as well as the presidential stimulus, where the President is talking about the massifying of the jobs. These are government initiatives. Do not quote him out of context. These are the direct examples of government creating the jobs. On the social compacting, the President started his speech with a call for a new consensus, a new social compact. Faced with the crisis of unemployment, poverty, and inequality, South Africa now has an opportunity to step back from the brink. But to do so requires that we come together as the people. Honorable Chair,
building on the work we've undertaken at NEDLEC or in NEDLEC as part of the Job Summit, including the ESCOM Social Compact, the sectoral master plans, as well as the commitments made by the social partners towards the different components of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan, we will focus our efforts on working with all the parties to build effective social compact that addresses key priorities to contribute to the inclusive growth, because economic growth creates jobs. You must understand that you don't just create jobs anywhere. Economic growth is very important for creating jobs. The president stated that there would need to be trade-offs. Without preempting the outcomes of a social compacting process, the following general principles would apply. It would need to be fully and diversely representative, capability of making hard decisions which may be unpopular in the short term but will have long-term benefits, have the capacity, capability and political will to deliver on the commitments of the social compact, able to take a leap of faith, have hope and trust, which in turn can lead to increasing levels of trust. Thus, each part needs to make contribution which may not be equal but should be equitable and includes a focus on the following: reducing the regulatory and administrative cost of doing business, particularly for SMEs, cooperatives, and informal businesses, without compromising the workers' rights, the basic conditions, equity or health and safety in the workplace. Increasing investment from the business and the efforts to support localization in order to employ more people and do more jobs. The President wants us to conclude these discussions on the social compact within 100 days. This indeed is a clarion call to act swiftly. Likhwelo ke eli, kuthi ikhwelo amaXhosa litya. On the minimum wage, as the Minister of Employment and Labour, I've recently announced a 6.9 increase in the national minimum wage to 23 rands 19 cents per hour, effective from the 1st of March 2022. The national minimum wage was extended to cover farm workers last year, and for the first time this will fully cover the domestic workers, who are the majority women, in more than 800 beneficiaries who are going to get this, 800,000 beneficiaries who are going to get this increase. To be clear, the national minimum wage is not a living wage, but it does begin to set a minimum threshold, which we will seek to review annually. It is already directly benefited millions of the vulnerable workers. Kodwa ke siyayazi abanye abalapha ukuba oyise mkhulu noyise babakhulisa ngokumfimfitha igazi labantu abamnyama. Iyonke ke lento yenza ukuba bangabi nazo nenhloni ngamalungelo abasebenzi. Bafuna ukuqhubeka bexhaphaza abantu bakuthi. Abanazo ke nezo nhloni ngalamanyala ngalamanyundululo enzekayo. Let me raise one thing on inspection and enforcement. Inspection and enforcement is a highly regulated field with clear protocols and processes in conducting inspections. It does not matter which economic sector or companies that we believe require inspection and enforcement. These must be conducted within the parameters of the law. It is therefore irresponsible for any individual to rock up in the workplace, take the law into their own hands, thus creating disruption, confusion, and disharmony in the workplace. That can lead to violence. That's irresponsible. It must not be allowed. Kunesankxweke sokuba abantu abasuka kumazwe angaphandle koMzantsi Afrika bathatha imisebenzi yabemi belizwe ngesantya esixhoma amehlo. Into ebangela isikhalo esikraka kuluntu liphela silelicandelo ke lezemisebenzi nengqesho. Asikwazi ke ngoku ukuthula ngathi asiboni ngathi asiva. Lonto isibangela ukuba ke sidibanise inhloko sishukuxe lo mbandela nkalo zonke size nesisombululo kubantu bonke abachaphazelekayo le meko. Kodwa oko kufuneka siyenze ngendlela esemthethweni nomgaqo seko. Silelisebe ke sijonge ukuphumeza umthetho ozakuqwalasela le ngxaki. Masiqaphele kokuba namawethu ke wonke umuntu kufuneka siyazi uba unelungelo kungabikho ukugrogrisa okanye ukugxagxamisa nabani na kule meko engalandeli imithetho. It is for this reason that the President has established a multidisciplinary 12-member interministerial committee on migration, and the Cabinet has since approved the release of the National Labour Migration Policy for public consultation. Watch your space in the 7 weeks. You will all have the right to comment. The policy seeks to address the growing concerns by our citizens that some of the employers are distorting the labour market, and I'm saying the employers are distorting the labour market by employing foreign nationals and subjecting them to substandard conditions, and in the process displacing the locals. We will introduce quotas on the maximum number of foreigners that can be employed in the different economic sectors. This will be done in line with the scarce skills and critical skills required by business as announced by the President in order to balance the needs of the labour market. Minister Mtsoaledi and Minister Nzimande can be able to talk about that more. The small business development is looking at which sectors could be limited to South Africans to trade in so as to complement our initiatives. It can't be that all the spaza shops, all the shops in the rural areas, in the townships, are given to foreigners. Where are the bylaws? In focusing on these priorities, we continue to affirm the rights of migrants, the global treaties we are party to, and SADC and the African Union protocols that we have signed. So we're going to respect the rule of the law and those protocols, including our constitution. On the labor laws review, to make it easy for small businesses to conduct businesses in South Africa, our labor laws have built a concept of regulated flexibility. We were mindful of the fact that businesses go through seasons and stages, and we're deliberate in making sure our labor laws speak to their twists and turns. That is why there is a ministerial determination which deliberately exclude employers who employ 10 people and less employees from certain conditions of employment. Labor laws allow all employers who face difficult times to apply for exemptions for certain provisions of the law. For example, that those that genuinely cannot pay the prescribed national minimum wage can apply for exemption. We are going to interrogate that so that we can be able to say where are the problems. It's important to highlight that the department is on a path of further amending the legislation to address the impediments that inhibit the ability of small businesses to create employment to thrive. The department is considering amending the law to exclude small employers from having to submit several plans and reports for compliance, and rather for them to operate under a dedicated code of good practice, which will guide small employers to appropriately conduct their business as required by the law, thus reducing that administrative burden without undermining the intent and the protections of the labor laws in place. This also includes the cooperatives, this includes the informal businesses. Finally, we recognize that whilst efforts are underway to reconstruct and rebuild the economy in the ways that create employment as the state, we must support access to public employment. Colleagues will already have heard about the successes achieved through this stimulus thus far. We are continuing this work and leveraging the resources within the department to increase the impact of this work. And I can tell you that Department of Employment and Labor, together with DSDB and DHET, together with Agriculture, we are supporting the efforts of the 10,000 graduates who must enhance the SMMEs. Diabulela mhlali ngaphambili nditsho ndisithi the clock is ticking, colleagues. We have 96 days left. Let's make every day count. Thank you.
The next speaker is Honorable Madisha.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. In all his State of the Nation addresses since 2018, the President has and continues to repeat the same promises, namely economic growth, job creation, social compact, recovery plan. These have become year-by-year promises, which have become insignificant songs because there is no delivery. As he continues his singing, lives of South Africans continue to worsen minute by minute. Unequaled poverty, unemployment, and innumerable negativities literally kill South African people like flies every minute. 7 out of every 10 young people don't work. Those who work receive no living wages at all. Presently, only 1% of the richest South Africans owns 41% of our country's wealth. 1% owns 41%, and 99% of our country's populace shares only 59%. Your usual songs, Mr. President, do not create space for any economic inclusion for the majority of South Africans. South Africans live in rural areas, in townships and underdeveloped areas, and in villages. They don't only need land, but also new zoning so that they can access services, at least small-scale manufacturing, agriculture, and retail development. People need skills and houses, but you deny them all this each time you deliver your SONA. Where your government can never be outclassed by any country in the world is with corruption. Zondo Commission has proven that, but even that commission, its work was turned into your party's sword to intensify your own intra-organizational battles. Billions of money were used in reality not to address the national theft, but to eliminate your political counterparts. That is a major problem. You indicated that you shall employ 12,000 police. That is nothing because we have only 180,000 police in our country, and that number is truly insignificant. Hence, those South Africans who can, use the private security, which presently stands at more than 540,000. Security has become expensive, and the poor South Africans can never be safe for as long as ANC runs their government. Once again, sir, your songs have failed South Africans. Again, going back to corruption, I give you an example of the Eastern Cape, where the government people there stole 95 million rand just to construct a 6.9 kilometers of road, which despite the cited expenses has begun to disintegrate. Now that is just one example. There are very many other examples there. This is one among very many examples, I repeat. People are hungry, Honorable President and Deputy President. 350 rand, like I said, in the past years, can't buy loaves of bread for them in at least a month's period. Although you claim victory by even saying you shall add 1 year's period from today and continue to give people that change. I say it's a change because it's only 350 rand. I say to you, Mr. President, Mr. Deputy President, you need to know that it is unfortunately insignificant. It's nothing. Please make sure that this increases. Once again, like I have done in the past, very many years, I plead with you, President, to reduce your squad of ministers and deputy ministers. This is a very, very serious problem. And I want to repeat that even in the other countries which are extremely rich, the USA, etc., they don't use this squad. If you take, for example, Kaiser Chiefs, Orlando Pirates, Morocco Swallows, you bring them together, those teams with their own reserves will not equal what you have here as ministers and your deputy ministers. South Africans don't even know these people. These people, I want to say, if we must go to the meetings of the committees, they do not come. They keep on running away. And if they must come here by any chance, they don't know what to say. But it's a major problem. Now all that we need to do is to make sure that all these monies go to the people and not to these individuals. Otherwise, history shall not forgive you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Matisha. I'll now invite Honorable Dagmo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, President Ramaphosa, Deputy President Mabuza, honorable members. It is probably inevitable that when our President makes a solid, inspiring speech detailing progress, acknowledging the challenges, and also outlining our plans for the year, that some amongst us will want to claim aspects of the speech as drawn from their own manifesto, and yet others will call this a betrayal of a former liberation movement. I think the EFF should know we are not a former liberation movement. We are a liberation movement that is busy with a national democratic struggle to build a national democracy. I think it was, so those things are not going to work. And fortunately, we had the Deputy Minister of Finance, who's also the principal of the Oliver Tambo Political School, who was able to take the DA and the EFF through a little bit of a lesson and explain to them about a mixed economy, to explain to them about a developmental state, to explain to them about the role of the private sector. And Minister Nklesi has just explained to us about how our government pushes public employment. And we all know that when it comes to privatization or nationalization, this liberation movement, not a former liberation movement, applies the balance of evidence. That's what we do. We also saw the Premier of the Free State being practical about the roads, about the land, about practical services. And we say, Malibongwe, Lagama Lamakoze. Thank you, Premier. The call by our President for a new consensus requires all of us to think anew about our role as opposition, our role in government and as citizens. And honorable members, I don't think we are enemies. I don't think any of us in this House are enemies. We might not be friends, but we are South Africans. We are South Africans that need to find solutions to the challenge. And I think that's what the President is asking of us, that we are not enemies. We don't maybe see each other as friends, but we are South Africans. We need to realize that cooperative government and united action are critical. The vast majority of South Africans want their leaders to find solutions together. They yearn for the bickering and the blame games to stop. They want accountability and humility from all of us. They want to see practical progress in growing and transforming our economy. They want security of tenure, land restitution, and land redistribution. All of our people need and want jobs. They want an end to crime, to violence, and they want these arsonists. Bona bayachisa, kufuneka bayintolongweni bona. That's all. The arsonists need to go to jail. Our people want corruption and state capture and the so-called white-collar crime, which is actually just a nice word for theft by the business community, to be dealt with harshly and without fear or favor. Speaker, whatever people have said in this debate so far and what will be said, it is clear that the path chosen by the African National Congress and our President gives South Africa the best chance of dealing with poverty, inequality, and unemployment. This is about the battle of ideas. Go out there and convince people about your ideas, and then the electorate will decide. So we're not enemies. It's about the battle of ideas, about what will take us forward. Nee, Madam Speaker, ek meen die voorsitter, ons president Ramaphosa het die spyker op die kop geslaan. Ons ondersteun hom hier in die Weskaap. Hy is die leier wat ons mense kan by mekaar bring, bruin, swart en wit. Dit is ons president. Utkanukwete, Mongameli, utkanukwete. Tina abantu baseKapa sinethemba elikhulu lokuba wena kunye nokhongolose nisebenzisana kunye loluntu ninakho ukusombulula izingxaki zethu. That's what we're saying. We need to end the blame and complain game. But Speaker, I believe that when it comes to cooperative governance, Chair, that the Premier of the Western Cape has the potential of being a genuine participant in the search for a new consensus. But his party and his leaders, they are the problem. The DA continues to fight back against the minimum wage. Minister Clacy, this DA wants 1,800 rand for a minimum wage. Bayageza bona, bayageza nyan. They are against employment equity. They are against broad-based black economic empowerment. The DA is against land redistribution and security of tenure. And I want to say, and I've got the evidence here, which I've come to this house. You can see it's DA letters. I've come with evidence, not with rumors. The DA has lied to this country by claiming that they do not practice cadre deployment while attacking the ANC. What hypocrisy. Honourable members, I have here a letter dated the 8th of May 2018 written by Anton Bredel, which proves DA cadre deployment without a doubt. And I quote, "U is bewus daarvan dat aanstellings deur FedEx afgeteken moet word." In other words, it's clear, no appointments to the public service without the approval of the DA's FedEx. Nancy evidence. And in fact, what is worse is that this letter was actually aimed at blocking a more qualified black candidate in George to favor a less qualified DA loyalist who was white. So not only is it cadre deployment, it's actually undermining employment equity and it's racism. That is a DA's deployment. And now, confronted by the evidence, Helen Zille was then forced to admit that FedEx was actually practicing cadre deployment. But you know what, honourable members? Helen Zille, true to form, blamed poor Musi Maimane. I can understand why black members of the DA often ask, "Senzeni na? Senzeni na? Sono so tu? Sono se tu? Ubumnyama?" That's what they say. Now, I want to today show this House another letter. Here's another letter. Number 2, which proves that once again, beyond doubt, how the DA national leadership actually got involved not only in cadre deployment, but actually in re-advertising a post to especially cater for a DA loyalist who did not have the qualifications. So this is a public service post. The letter was written by, and you know him well, James Self. You haven't forgotten James Self? Here's his letter. And he says, Councillor van Wyk had a legitimate expectation that he would be appointed to the administration. And what these contents reveal was a manipulation to re-advertise a post that had already been advertised to appoint their so-called cadre. That is the DA for you. Once again, cadre deployment, once again, racism, once again, unlawful, because it's unlawful, Minister Clacy, to undermine employment equity, is it not? So now, we also have a situation that we've given the DA a deadline. Chair, we gave them a deadline. 1st of February, give us all your minutes, give us all your letters, all of them, from 2009 up until now. Soze bayapinda, soze. So now, on Wednesday, we are going to announce what the next steps are to get this information from people who are sanctimonious, but who are actually deep down deeply racist. That's what they are. Speaker, we welcome the signing of legislation by our President to advance the fight against the pandemic of GBV. But in our province, we are concerned that a culture of impunity is developing in regard to sexual harassment and assault at government workplaces. Do you know, Chair, we have a chief director who's in court for attempted rape, sexual misconduct and committing a sexual act. Do you know that that chief director is still in his position in the Western Cape government? And the alleged victim is at home. That is the DA for you. Now, on the Albert Fritz matter.
Honorable Dagmore, I'm afraid your time has expired.
Order, members. I'll now invite the Honorable Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Honorable Pando.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. I believe that was an excellent example of the saying that those who live in glass houses must not throw stones. Deputy Chairperson, Mr. President, honorable members, we as the ANC welcome the President's State of the Nation address, and we believe that all of us in the executive and in Parliament should play a role in achieving the goals and objectives that the President outlined. We agree that extensive efforts should be directed at decisively addressing unemployment, poverty, and inequality. This must be done not just for South Africa, but for Africa, and of course, it impacts on much of the globe. We have, as South Africa, directly linked our foreign policy and national interests to progressive internationalism and international human solidarity. There can be nothing more embarrassing than a member of FF Plus asking us about humanitarian support to Cuba. Absolutely shocking. Clearly that member is unaware that the people of Cuba send their sons and daughters to the soil of Africa to die with us for our freedom. Hence our solidarity with them. We have a direct interest as South Africa in promoting the well-being, socio-economic development and upliftment of our own people, of the people of our region, of our continent and the globe. We have pursued our international policy by building strategic alliances within our region and with several countries on the continent. Our work, honorable members, such as the humanitarian assistance to Cuba, has saved lives and helped us to build critical capabilities in countries on the continent in a range of fields. Deputy Chairperson, nothing illustrates this impact better than the leadership role played by our President in the fight against COVID-19 in Africa. Of course, Deputy Chairperson, I cannot deny that we need to be alert to several negative developments on the continent. Our continent is being diverted from its development priorities by the recent increase in military coups and the violence of terrorism. Our Parliament needs to help Africa to unearth the root causes of this instability and to work closely with agencies of the African Union, particularly AUDA, NEPAD, and the APRM to address them. The instability has its genesis in the inadequate focus on development in many of the countries on our continent. We also know that an even greater cause of instability is the exploitation of Africa's wealth by negative external forces whose sole intent is to continue to use Africa's wealth for their selfish interests. South Africa must utilize its Pan-African orientation to embolden Africa, to rise up and reject external control, and to develop new mechanisms and instruments for African oversight and control of its massive resources. We must ask why Africa does not have a minerals price setting body, and why Africa is failing to beneficiate its own natural resources. There will not be a better Africa if we are under the benign or violent boot of a foreign exploitative benefactor. We must decisively address the multifaceted drivers of conflict, such as governance deficits in some of our countries, violent extremism, illicit circulation of arms, corruption, illicit financial flows, and transnational organized crime. We must silence the guns and address all these fault lines. We must also fight ethnic mobilization and narrow nationalism here in our country and all over the continent. Our country can play a critical role in developing effective African solutions. Deputy Chairperson, the President referred to the entry into trading on the basis of the AFCFTA. We are very pleased at the progress that has been marked. We call on South Africa to play a greater role in ensuring that all the infrastructure and logistics necessary for free trade in Africa are speedily created. As we work on our own rail, road, and port infrastructure, let us encourage Transnet, Sunrail, and other state-owned companies to take up offers on the continent and create development partnerships that will see Africa manufacturing and trading massively. We must absorb the reality that we as South Africa cannot develop alone. We can only grow with Africa. Our new immigration policy, while it must address our concerns with illegal migrants, must create a foundation for African collaboration. Our participation in the SADC mission in Mozambique illustrates the form of commitment regional solidarity anticipates. SADC recognized that terrorists have an expansion and control approach, and that it was vital to contain them in northern Mozambique and to defeat them there. We thank our soldiers for committing their service to the people of Mozambique and of SADC. Our interest in advancing peace and security includes the positive role we are playing in South Sudan and Lesotho, and the positive role we hope to play in Eswatini. In all these areas of tension and instability, we are focused on initiating inclusive dialogue, national reconciliation, and post-conflict reconstruction. We are calling for the same approach in the Ukraine-Russia tension that is clearly being exploited by those hostile to Russia for purposes of once again unjustifiably extending spheres of influence. We urge calm and restraint. Threats and posturing will not resolve the current tensions. Honorable members, we all know that our history of struggle and the values derived from it against racism and colonialism make us duty-bound to be a voice for the oppressed and marginalized everywhere. We have vehemently, as South Africa, opposed the granting of AU observer status to Israel by the chair of the African Union Commission. Our objection stems from our own constitution and its values and the African Union Charter that rejects colonialism, racism, and illegal occupation of the land of others. Our concerns are substantive, and they are shared by at least 24 other African Union member states. Yes, it is true that South Africa has diplomatic relations with Israel, but this can't be used by anyone as a reason for bringing Israel into our union. Our governing party resolutions directed us to downgrade our embassy in Israel. We withdrew our ambassador as part of this process of downgrading, and we are considering further measures to indicate our significant dismay at the continued apartheid practices of Israel against the long-suffering people of Palestine. We are studying the recent human rights reports on Israel and hope to approach Cabinet with a further proposed direct action against well-documented apartheid practices of Israel. I wish to conclude by referring to our continuing and steadfast solidarity with the suffering people and government of Cuba, a solidarity linked to their massive support for our own struggle for freedom. And I remind the Honorable Groenewald, in times of difficulty, you don't desert your friends. But of course, your compatriots were out to kill us, so we're not surprised that you're against the Cuban people. We also continue to call for an end to sanctions against Venezuela, Iran, and Zimbabwe. We call for these because we believe inequalities among states merely fuel conflict and instability and pose a threat to all of us and delay our achievement of our development goals. The President expects us all, Parliament, the Executive, the public service, to get down to work, not just for South Africa, but for Africa and the entire globe. Let me conclude by alerting the Honourable Steenhuisen to the fact that he's the only one who reads the DA manifesto. We certainly don't. I thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Nyont.
Chairperson, Mr. President, as you have made your bed, the saying goes, so you must lie in it. The State of the Nation address reveals your leadership style and where you are going. Firstly, you have increased the government debt in your agreement with the World Bank for reconstruction and development programs for the loan, without a clear repayment plan. Despite the sweetness of a 3-year non-payment plan, there is nothing for Mahala. The arrangement will come back to bite. Compare the debt to the gross domestic product and the slow growth rate under 1%. You will find the answers. Your government preferred odious debt. You are dangerously treading on a minefield of conditionalities of the Bretton Woods institutions, whose only success is to destroy the self-propelled organic growth of emerging economies. Why haven't you explored other available avenues on a multilateral basis? You have obviously taken the Western countries as your side. Your advocacy of neoliberal strategies is your way of giving up on the ability of Africa to resolve its problems and start reconstruction of settler colonialism and imperialism on a fresh new slate. The Corruption Perception Index for South Africa is on an all-time high, with you still in charge. Your expensive commissions of inquiries on obvious problems are not solution-driven, but spectacular, but lame, dark, and disappointing on getting things done. The critical aspect of setting up a reliable security service for the safety of all citizens and for the protecting of sovereignty of the best asset, the land, is not a great concern of yours. The team on your cabinet is clearly incompetent and sleeping on the job, but you just carry on with them. The bed you are making, Mr. President, is full of thorns. Do you really want to lie in it? Thirdly, the basic income grant of 350 for the unemployed cannot be used as a sop or a spaza for the overwhelming majority of the people to suck air and stop complaining. Teach people how to utilize their God-given rivers and lakes and maritime seas. Teach them how to fish. Haven't you heard of self-reliance as a form of building the dignity of lasting prosperity of a people? Having given up on coming up with suitable policies for the growth and redistribution of income and wealth, you prefer to stick to doling out alms to the poor rather than genuine transformation, and having them to participate and take hold on the reins of economic development. Your extension of an extra 12 months is only buying time, with a few to further extensions perhaps, but without a firm, sustainable plan. You have already said that the government is not an employer. You are handing over the responsibility to a nebulous private sector that is itself still untransformed and largely lily-white. Occupied Azania or South Africa for you must be a land of 6 billionaires and 60 million poor people, and you are one of the billionaires. The populace is increasingly losing trust in the political leadership, largely because of the rampant malfeasance and the lies that come out of the talkheads and in suits and wigs on television and radio stations. You yourself speak in folk tongues, Mr. President. You made promises in the last SONA and almost all of them are not implemented. You know what they say about the fish, it is starting to rot at the head. Refrain from following on the footstep of your predecessor and proving that you can give another, in your own words, failed 9 years. Unlike others before you in the presidency, you talk right and walk right. They have often talked left and in practice walked right. You seem to have made up your mind to be a champion of big business interests. The leadership deficit is increasing for fake politicians who fail to relate to their constituencies. Is this also how you make your bed, Mr. President? Finally, the South African Constitution assumed that the president of the country would be a person of integrity, unimpeachable, and all-round fair to oversee the executive authority, working in favor of the poor constituencies and all the citizens. You were part of writing the Constitution. Should we measure you on the basis that you are a man of integrity? If yes, then stop doublespeak and be on the side of the poor people. That's why the Minister of Police has up the gossip acting by intelligence report. Thank you.
Order, members. I'll now invite the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, Dr. Mtswaledi.
House Chair, Chairperson of National Council of Provinces, His Excellency President Ramaphosa, Deputy President David Mabuza, Premiers of our provinces, members of both houses of parliament, fellow South Africans and patriots. Mayor Naledi Pandor, you told them, those who live in glass houses should not throw stones. Red Dagmore, you told them about hypocrisy. The King James Version of the Bible text reads, and I quote, "Thou hypocrite, first cast out the beam out of thy own eye. You hypocrite, remove the beam out of your own eye, then you can see clearly to remove the speck out of your brother's eye." You may also read Matthew chapter 7, verse 3. It will tell you the whole story. Mr. President, in your State of the Nation address last week on Thursday, you provided a sincere assessment of our current challenges and provided a clear path that will lead our country to a growth trajectory. So incisive was your presentation that it left those who wanted to oppose for the sake of it clutching at straws. Further, you also stated that what will be required of all social partners to place our country on an aggressive development path. We are sure that today and tomorrow will be different from yesterday and different from the South Africa of the recent past. For us in Home Affairs, Mr. President, the biggest announcement of the night was when you said, and I open quotes, the employment stimulus will also enable the Department of Home Affairs to recruit 10,000 unemployed young people for the digitization of our paper records, enhancing their skills and contributing the modernization of citizen services, close quotes. Needless to say, this will bring a huge relief to 10,000 young unemployed people who have qualified in the field of information technology, computer science, and equivalent. Within the archives of Home Affairs, we've got more than 300 million records or files that stretches as far back as 1895. Allow me to outline the gains of digitization of such records to the economy and the social life of our country at large. Let me start with the banks and financial institutions. For any transaction made by a bank and other financial institutions, they need certain documents for verification of identity of a client. This may be unabridged birth certificates, IDs, or passports. At the moment, banks rely on HANIS or Home Affairs National Information System, which is regarded as outdated. It uses only 2 biometrics, a fingerprint and a photo. This does not fully guarantee security of identification. This is due to the fact that our records are manual and paper-based, as I've mentioned. Mr. President, digitization will mean bringing in innovation that will link us with our new ABIS or automated biometric information system, which have 5 biometrics: fingerprint, photo, iris recognition, final recognition, and palm print. The banks of our country are going to link directly into this new system and will receive results in real time without reference to Home Affairs Department. This will bring unprecedented efficiency in our financial institutions and significantly reduce fraud and forgery. In education, when learners register for first time at schools, they require unabridged birth certificates, which many do not possess. Home Affairs needs stored records to produce unabridged birth certificates. In our paper-based records, it does sometimes take 3 to 6 months to produce such certificates. It has generated a lot of anger and anxiety from parents and citizens, and Home Affairs has always been on the receiving end of hostility because the citizens cannot understand the delay. I have personally met such hostility in the form of abusive phone calls and insulting emails and letters in this regard. Digitization will bring this hostility to an end, as the citizens will get unabridged birth certificate on the spot rather than waiting for 3 to 6 months. Matriculants do panic sometimes when registering for exams, as sometimes we have to look for their original birth records to confirm identity. Imagine what a relief a matriculant will have in getting their the results on the spot. SASSA also need identity for any transaction if fraud and bribery is to come to an end. The anger and frustration of prospective SASSA client experience when they have to wait for many months to register for social grants is palpable. SASSA does even need information to verify details, even on people already on their system. After digitization of this record, SASSA will have a live interface with the system and receive the needed verification in real time. House Chair, due to constraints of time, I don't even want to venture into the field of rectification, amendments, and changes of surnames, which for many does become a nightmare when we still have to pursue through the old records to find original documents. After digitization, people will get their brand new surnames, corrected names, or corrected dates of birth on the spot. The critical skills list. Another topical issue which you announced in your unprecedented speech, Mr. President, is the issue of critical skills. It has raised temperatures in some quarters due to lack of understanding. Many confuse critical skill with the importance or a status in society of a particular profession. Honorable House Chair, the importance of a profession in society does not necessarily qualify it for a critical skill list, on the critical skills list. For the benefit of economic growth, ministers of Home Affairs have to gazette and publish a critical skills list. This is usually reviewed every 4 years. There seems to be a belief that the Minister of Home Affairs just thumbsucks various professions and occupations and compile a critical skills list. With the Department of Higher Education and Training and through Labor Market Intelligence Research Program, we engage in updating and reviewing the 2014 critical skills list. There was extensive consultation, which included government departments like Basic Education, Trade and Industry, and Competition, Employment and Labor, Public Enterprises, Tourism, Health, as well as the Project Management Office in the Presidency. Public participation yielded 363 public comments. An extensive network process finally produced the critical skills list. And it was published and gazetted on the 2nd of February 2022. In terms of Section 14.4 of the Immigration Act, Act number 13 of 2002. There are some people who complained through the media after the list was published. because they believe that for their profession to be regarded as important, it must be on the list. It is also the same people who believe that to come into the country and perform important work, your profession must be on the critical skills list. Honorable House said this is not necessarily like that. The Immigration Act provides for various other avenues through which the economy, the education of our children, the health and social services can acquire highly skilled personnel. We have business visas, and you can get them in Section 15 of the Act, general work visa, through which many highly rated medical and nursing specialists are allowed into the country. That is Section 19. We also have corporate visa, Section 21. Some of the multinational companies also bring skills through intra-company transfer. That is Section 19, subsection 5 of the Act. Transitional mechanisms have also been entered into to avoid prejudicing those whose visas and contracts will outlive the list. Honorable House Chair, on the issue of migration, this Parliament has passed a BMA, or Border Management Authority Act, and we are busy implementing it. My colleague and my co-chair of the Interministerial Committee on Migration has clearly outlined the applicable rules, which must be followed when people, especially employers, try to distort labor markets as far as migration is concerned. I just want to add a few facts in support of my colleague, Chairperson. No matter how angry or aggrieved you are, it is imperative to follow the law if confronted by any problem. Any other approach which scoffs at the law, no matter how heroic it may seem, is a slippery road to a country governed by perpetual strife, confusion, anger, and a lot of uncertainty for everybody within the borders of such a country. It should not be allowed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll now invite the Honorable Chief Whip of the Opposition, Honorable Mazone.
Mr. President, Mr. Deputy President, Chairperson, I'm speaking directly as a frustrated and angered South African. Businesses have been decimated because we have an unsustainable and constitutionally delinquent Prime Minister, because we have a never-ending Disaster Management Act. Businesses have a mafia-type syndicate bugging them all the time. Pay this unit, pay this bargaining council, pay for this. I say to these businesses, kick them out of your businesses, stand together and fight them, and we will fight alongside of you. On Thursday night, I heaved a sigh of relief when the President quoted the DA manifesto. So, Honourable Pandor, perhaps you don't read it, but the President certainly does. Then I thought, words, just words. The RET faction will come into this debate and undo all the good words the President has said, and boy oh boy was I right. What we have seen today is nothing short of a nutcracker ballet of pivots and spins, but the worst possible speakers tried to outdo what the President said. And Mr. Dugmore, may I say, you performed your very own opera. You sang for your supper, and your job is certainly safe, sir, for a little while longer. Mr. Dugmore, you are nothing more than a useful puppet. You bring up a 3-year-old letter all the time, yet you never mention Mr. Fransman or the brown envelopes that constantly get passed through your ANC. You have one card left to play, sir, and that is the race card, and the country is on to you. So talk to me all you want, sir, but your sad and little life will never see you become the leader of the ANC in the Western Cape. Words are just words. It's all about implementation. The wedge in the ANC is so obvious that words of wisdom such as the state of the nation will never, ever come to fruition. Let us be clear about what South Africans want. South Africans want an end to load shedding, an economic environment to grow business. They want title deeds, they want clean water, they want roads that are drivable, they want schools for their children, and they want access to decent and functional hospitals. This is not a lot to ask for. We want to live in safety. We want riots to be stopped before they start. I never, ever want another family meeting. Let us be clear about what South Africans don't want. South Africans don't want corrupt ministers. They don't want another commission or indaba. They want an arrest of ministers who we know are guilty of state capture. They want a parliament that is not all talk and that we have some action. We don't want a police force that frightens us and does not protect us. Today, the Honourable Steenhuisen submitted a motion of no confidence in the Republic of South Africa's cabinet. Please note, not in you, Mr. President, in the cabinet. I fear that when the metaphorical knife is shoved in your back, sir, you will turn around and not see the DA, but your words will be, "Etu, Sisulu." Mr. President, restore our hope now. Have the guts to own your popularity and the ability that you have to fight the RET. We will fight with you. Announce on Wednesday the immediate sacking of the following ministers: Minister Tlele, Minister Sisulu, Minister Zulu, Minister Abrams, Minister NDZ, Minister Mocheka, Minister Mantashe, Minister Mbalula, and Minister Delil. Mr. President, I name these ministers particularly because my late beloved father would have said to you, they are worth nothing more than a fork in soup. They serve absolutely no purpose. I thank you.
Order, members. I'll now invite the Honourable Minister of Human Settlement, Honourable Gupai.
A ke leboge modulasetulo, ke dumediše mopresidente wa rona President Ramaphosa, ke dumediše motlatša mopresidente David Mabuza, ke dumediše badirammogo le rena ka hara kabinete ya rena maloko a palamente ke re dumelang le setšhaba ka moka. I would like to start by quoting Chris Hani when he said, I quote, "What we need in South Africa is for egos to be suppressed in favor of peace. We need to create a new breed of South Africans who love their country and love everybody irrespective of their color," unquote. To the Freedom Front Plus, our Constitution is a foundation upon which our democracy was founded. And the Constitution makes it clear that healing the divisions of the past, which includes redress, is an essential part of building a sustainable democracy. The majority of South Africans have been bending backwards for nation building. When are you coming on board to build this nation? When are you willing to compromise and play your part as South Africans? Should we ask you to be, at least, just for once, patriotic? Honorable members, the words of Comrade Chris Hani are as relevant today as when they were spoken yesteryear. To defend the gains of democracy and build a better country, we need everyone to commit to working together. As President Ramaphosa said on Thursday evening, that we need a social compact to build a better country together. A question that arises for all of us here today as members of this august house is, what role do we want to play in this work of building a better country? More importantly, we need to ask ourselves as members of this parliament, what are the non-negotiables that all of us are prepared to agree upon across party lines so that we can build our economy? South Africans of all race and creeds agree that the work towards eliminating the legacy of apartheid needs to continue without hindrance. This work includes addressing the well-entrenched apartheid spatial development, honorable members. which for many years has aggravated social inequality and economic inefficiencies. This is because apartheid spatial development relegated the majority of South Africans to geographically areas far away from work, where availability of bulk infrastructure could not be guaranteed. You see, Honorable Steenhuisen, don't isolate the city of Cape Town from the entire country, from working together in an intergovernmental framework. Most of your articulation in how government work and supports each other, from national to local, it's so painfully flawed. You stood here today, referred to the speech of the president coming from a DA playbook. This is the same thing Helen Zille said on February 2010 about the speech by President Zuma. Same script, different actors. At least try, together with your chief whip, to attempt to be original. Over the years, our policies have been refined to be responsive to housing challenges in line with the Bill of Rights and the ever-evolving economic status of the South African population. The change was a recognition that we needed an approach on housing that provides quality of houses in locations and economically viable, has a higher impact on poverty and inequality, irresponsive to the changing nature of housing demand, and able to address the limited contribution from the private sector, in particular the financial sector. A leader of a DA normally behaves, Honorable Steenhuisen. It is out of character what you are doing, haggling. Leave it to your members. Social housing is our most promising program that will help us disrupt the apartheid spatial development and make our cities more inclusive. The primary focus and purpose of social housing, honorable members, are urban restructuring and regeneration. Honorable members, we have worked together with private sector to develop a combination of funding depth and equity, making subsectors more dynamic and attractive for public and private partnership. It is for this reason that social housing has been identified as an integral part of the infrastructure investment, which is central to the success of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. The Infrastructure Fund is now working with the state entities to prepare a pipeline of projects with investment value of approximately 96 billion. This is what the President said on Thursday. There are 6 social housing projects which will be constructed over 2 years, starting in the financial year 2022-2023. Forgeville, Extension 11, that is anticipated to create 953 jobs. This is in partnership with private sector. Hospital Street in Majuba, anticipated to create 3,384 jobs. Germiston Extension 4 in Ekurhuleni, anticipated to create 847 jobs. KwaDokukuhle Social Housing Project in Garisibande, expected to create 1,544 jobs. Hull Street Phase 1 in Francis Bart, in Northern Cape, expected to create 1,152 jobs. The Willow Creek project in Emelo, that is expected to create 1,062 jobs. Minister Nxesi, explain how we see this intertwined. I'm not so sure why are we confused in the role of the state and the role of private sector in creating jobs. Honorable members, the work that we are doing demonstrates a government that is at work, and our infrastructure program is on track in uplifting our economy. This is also a strong indication that we as government, we are listening, and we also ensure that what our social partners has brought in front, we are able to do that partnership. Though there are barriers in making sure that this social inclusion happens, honorable members, the issue around land, we found a difficulty in available land closer to where economic activities are, where we needed to build the social housing. In this, then, we decided that through the program of government that is releasing government-owned land in well-located areas, that it will be used for human settlement. Honorable Malema called this land rotten land. I'm not so sure where he gets it. But this is the land that is bringing people closer to economic activities in the cities where they were never previously allowed. How do you call that a rotten land when we are dealing with inclusion and addressing the previously disadvantaged? Which left are you standing, if you are to stand on the left, Honorable Malema? Because this is what we are doing in terms of the work. There isn't rotten land that government is releasing. For human settlements, it's in the central. An example, tomorrow you can walk and ask the city, through your partnership, I know you are in coalition somewhere, just go and see some of the land that we have identified for human settlement just here. Honorable members, it is important for us to note that this work will need financing. We have, as the Department of Human Settlement, decided to convert our National Housing Finance Corporation to actually becoming a key lender in terms of short to medium term, especially to assist us to bring the commercial lenders on board. And this will be able to assist us as we work in towards building a national housing human settlement bank. What is important here to note is that this funding will actually ensure that it attracts investment and also leverage on public funds. So we are able to gain more from bringing this partnership together. The centrality of infrastructure program to economic development cannot be overemphasized. Commenting on how Africa can close infrastructure gap, the world-renowned professor of economics, Jeffrey Sachs, said, I quote, "There is no choice. Africa needs 10% per year of economic growth in the next 15 years. The only way to achieve this was to focus on large-scale investment in transnational infrastructure projects, in power, roads, broadband, human settlements, and other core regional infrastructure that needed to be done on the continent." So when we talk about this infrastructure, I want you to understand that President is not thumb-sucking the program of rebuilding this economy. When we said the pillar of economic reconstruction and recovery plan is infrastructure, it is out of the understanding that research has been done, academics have written, but experts have been able to advise us. So it's not a thumb-suck work, and that's why we are giving progress on what we have done as government. Honorable members, our hard-won democracy has made it possible for our country to create policies that are in line with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights for all citizens. More work still needs to be done in reshaping the apartheid special development, however significant progress have been made. It is important that we note that our communities, especially the poorest of the poor, deserves better from us as their representative. Not only do we have the obligation constitutionally to ensure that we provide our people with decent housing, we also have the moral obligation to ensure that the quality of service we provide is anchored on competence and high ethical standards. It is for this reason that I'm making bold to say the defense of our democracy and our constitution and our hard-won democracy, and the gains we have accumulated is the defense of the rights of all citizens, especially the most vulnerable in our community. Ours is a protracted struggle to eliminate the legacy of apartheid. President Ramaphosa last week, Thursday, reaffirmed our commitment to work practically to change the material conditions of our people for the better, especially the poor, when he said, I quote, "We remain focused on the priorities we identified in the State of the Nation address last year. We include a massive rollout of infrastructure, and that this work will build on the foundation of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, which remains our common program to rebuilding the economy," unquote. He emphasized that to be effective, the social compact needs to include every South African and every part of our society. No one must be left behind, as he said. Let us rise to the Chris Hani challenge and become a new breed of South Africans who love their country, love everybody irrespective of their color. Let us all heed the call made by the President and work together to defend our democracy and rebuild our country on a better economic footing towards making a better life for all. Honorable Groenewald, our economy will not be sustainable in the medium to long term if, as patriotic South Africans, we fail to create an inclusive economy that is not preserve of minority who continues to resist transformation. Your stance is unfortunate and a great hindrance towards building a sustainable democracy. It is very clear that the FF Plus has no comprehension of what it means to work in solidarity with other fellow citizens. Honorable Madisha and Honorable Nyotso, the repeat of key priorities is a sign of consistency by the presidents versus a manifesto. And Honorable Zondo gave you a progress report, and all of us have been doing that. I think you are not listening. Honorable Mayhem, please read an article by John Kane Brown on Daily Friend where he responds to you about your misperception about the energy stance. I think you have to pay attention there. Honorable members, you would have thought today was a recruitment day, starting with Honorable Steenhuisen appealing to be appointed to cabinet, Honorable Kwahube request to be chair of a PC, to extent of falsely providing a list with unanswered questions of ministers. Basic principle, Honorable Kwahube, is to read and learn. That's what I learned when I arrived in Parliament. There's an office called Office Responsible for Questions. Please visit it. But there's also another book, something called the Rules Book. Please also read it because it will help you. Honorable Mazoni is worrying about the leadership of ANC in the Western Cape and asking the president to fight with him for RET. I am not surprised, honorable members. This behavior of DA members during this year's SONA, it is a clear indication of a deterioration of the politics, especially in the face of the bloodbath caused by Action SA. It is a sign of a party that is wrapping up and closing shop. So please, as you prepare your CVs, honorable members of DA, Honorable Nglesi is available to assist you in ensuring that you definitely can end up with better jobs. Looking for jobs in ANC government, you must win the elections. It's not appropriate for you to do. That's why I'm saying it is just even out of character. That's why it tells you of the deterioration. DA has never taken responsibility. They have sought to find every black leader to blame for all the wrong things. You can start from Lindy Mazibuko, you go to Musimaiman. Either they go to Harvard or they have some trip that is unexplained. Some of us have been to Harvard, we've come back, we are still in the party. So the issue of leadership is what is lacking. The issue of understanding what your policies stand for and what you stand for as a party is a problem. And therefore, as you are facing this bloodbath from Action SA, can you just focus on yourself and leave ANC politics? We are here to deal with them. To Honorable Malema, I am standing here, I'm a younger person, leadership within your time that has been given an opportunity by this leadership. I don't know which young leadership that you see that the ANC is not recognizing. We are being recognized, and many of us are being recognized and given an opportunity. So stop interfering. Can you win elections if you want to appoint ministers, you want to appoint a cabinet, win elections. But I do know that, as you know, that rhetoric is not going to sustain you in terms of elections. We are going to meet in 2024 definitely as a better organization because we are defending the gains of this democracy, united as the African National Congress in leadership, because our principles are very clear. Yes, we might have problems. We are like an ocean. It cleans itself. And over time, we have become stronger. The years that we have survived, you don't even have 10 years, but the fights you have, people are put from this corner to this corner. No one has authority in the ANC. We can speak. That's why sometimes we sound like we have differences. It's because our voices are loud. In other parties, no voices. It's only one man show. We are not like that as the ANC. We have a democracy that is at play. That's why South Africans must be cautioned. You can't have a leader that does not practice democracy in their party and you think they're going to practice it in government. They're going to practice it in society. That's why we must be cautious of this type of leaders until we see their succession Because we can't have a typical African, because we've complained about African leaders don't want to leave position. And we have parties in this country that have leaders that have been standing for third terms, fourth terms, and they have the nerve to tell other presidents, no, you can't stand for second term. Who are you to say that? Surely start with yourself, don't stand, then you will know that you are genuine. Thank you.
I'm afraid your time has expired. Order, honorable members. Order, members. That brings us to the end of the list of speakers for today. The debate will resume tomorrow. That concludes the business of the day, and the joint sitting is adjourned.
Leave the chair! Long live the president!
Recording stopped.
Long live the chair!